I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you step like the wood? Step for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you step like the wood? Step for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
We are live, and welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 103. The title is Austria FAFO, because they think that something means something, it doesn't mean something else, and Russia cut the gas. And then in another news, Zelenskyy, in an interview, said that Ukraine is an independent country and it does not it's not controlled by the United States. You can do whatever they want. So now welcome back to DPA Open Mic. As usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple DPA's platform on Twitter, Telegram, YouTube channel, which is the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, and Twitch. I believe I covered everything. So I'm going to drop the link to join the DPA Open Mic. You can come on to talk. Anyone can come on to talk. No, it doesn't have to be the regulars. No, anyone can talk. Yeah, and you can talk about anything as well. It doesn't have to be talk about geopolitics. You can talk about sports. Then just that some people may not like it, and then they just rant at you in the live chat. But no, yeah, but you're on screen. They are not. So I'm going to drop the link to join. The link to join will be pinned in the Rumble and YouTube and Twitch live chat. They will be pinned. So I'm going to drop it now on Rumble. I have pinned it on Rumble. I now have pinned it. I have dropped into YouTube. And I have pinned it on YouTube, and then now I have on Twitch. Let me Twitch. I put it on Twitch. I've pinned it on Twitch. Yeah, I've pinned it on Twitch as well. So long time. I have been super busy. So my schedule is all in a mess. Anyway, Shadow V is on.
Hello.
Hi, Shadow V. Yes, it's another week.
Yep, and another one.
And we finally have something new. We have Austria now, joining the story of the world. And they got their gas cut. because they did not pay for the gas, thinking that some kind of arbitration court awarded money means that they don't have to pay Russia. So Russia let them find out. So they found out.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but Austria say that they still have, I think, 70% no food, their gas. So they are not worried about the gas situation, but definitely price is going to go up.
I think they should negotiate with Russia because they are not officially a part of NATO.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like it will be humiliating, I think, for them if they negotiate, and then it's like then the court order, will be nothing. I think it was awarded because of the cutting of the gas in Germany and all this whatnot. I'm not super familiar, so let's hope someone will teach us something about it. I saw someone in the backstage. Boba, please check the live the private chat.
In France, we are buying GPL. Yes, GPL from Russia, and before that it was from USA, but it was too expensive, so we switched to Russia. And before that, it was Nord Stream.
Yeah, is France now still nuclear dependent? Like most of it is through nuclear.
60% of the power production.
60. Is it more expensive
now? From the 60%, 10 years ago, we were basically 1/3 of the 60% coming from Mali. Today, it's no longer the case because Mali mine is not what it was in the past, and for the political reason, of course.
And then you guys lost another country, right? Western country, Niger. So what happened to the nuclear situation? I have no idea.
No, because Areva, the big French company for nuclear, has a new giant project in Mongolia. And they are going to replace the Niger production by the Mongolian production. And it's very... it's more easier for the French because the big factory who transforms the uranium to something usable by nuclear power plant is directly in Russia. So from Mongolia, it's more easier to go directly to Russia, like the Kazakhstan production. A lot of uranium for France come from Kazakhstan, and it go to Russia too, and then into France.
Boba in the backstage, wave at the camera. He's lagging so badly. Yeah, we have someone new in the backstage, but yeah, wave at the camera, wave.
Am I lagging bad?
You're perfectly fine. He's the new
Okay.
guy. He's in the backstage. He's lagging real bad. So, Vaughn, what's up? You're muted.
No, I'm muted now.
You're not muted.
No,
We
I
can hear
mean,
you now.
I don't know. I mean, I guess everybody. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what y'all wanted to talk about first, like the gas thing, and because I mean, that's probably shorter than all the Trump shit and Ukraine stuff, but yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, if you've been following it a little bit, you've seen Trump's made some pretty interesting picks, young people.
Hi, Boba.
Is that me?
No, we have a new guy on.
So
Hi, Boba. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. So I've listened to you guys for a long time, and I've just figured I'd
Me?
join. But one thing I haven't heard
Damn.
anyone discussing is, what do you think the odds are of Poland going nuclear? The reason I say that is I've seen several contracts for small-scale modular nuclear power stations being bid and awarded out of Poland. And I do think historically they have a very good reason to go nuclear, whether you agree with it or not. Betrayed so many times by their allies, that would do for everyone.
Firstly, you are a bit laggy, although I totally hear what you say. I think, yeah, let's Shadow V answer. Shadow V.
The small nuclear power plant are very compact and small one, and they are not usable to the production of plutonium. Basically, to create plutonium, you need, with quote, old school nuclear power plant. And I'm pretty sure that even the new nuclear power plant they are building today, you cannot build plutonium with them. So basically, it's useless for creating a classic nuclear weapon. You could still use them to create what's the word? Nuclear waste bomb, dirty bomb. I'm not sure of the word. The bomb will disperse radioactive element everywhere.
Can you all hear me all
cannot
right
create
now?
a true nuclear power bomb.
Just to cut in a bit, super chat. Bunker Housing is wondering what to do with his digital collection of prawns. Because World War III is coming with, then 8 attacks is being
I would say download it onto some USB card, things, and then put it in like a ammo can Faraday cage and bury it, and then maybe like in 1,000 years some Chad male archaeologist will thank you.
I agree. Let's buy some external hard disk. I think we need to start to buy a lot of external hard disk. Oh yeah, if you got EW the what is it called, the nuclear strike with which kills all the electricity stuff, then yeah, that's doom. Your stuff is still broken.
Hey, on that power plant that they hit that affected the nuclear power plant, I assume it's not affecting like critical, power supplies to the plant, just inconveniencing the plant.
I think it's still a substation thing, right? It's still hitting substations, right? I think that's what they hit.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I mean,
that matters.
It's not going to affect the reactor like it's going to melt down or have some kind of problem. It's probably more like this bomb in the.
Things are very well, right? What kind of
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm just waiting for them to say that it's leaking, and they try to make it a dirty bomb.
Yeah, this is Zelenskyy, asking for it, right? He said that yeah, they can produce.
Did you see that video of those cruise missiles going into that power station from that guy's porch? He was like, I mean, it's like, it's just gotta be weird to live in a city where you walk out on your porch and you just hear that. I think it's the KH-101s that have that whine, and he hears the whine. And he looks up and there's one just goes, and another one goes, and then he hears a couple off in the distance. You can't really see them that good, and then you just see them going by, like about, I don't know, 8, maybe 10 of them. And he film it. And then there's another video I guess somebody took from an apartment, and you can see like 2 explosions coming up from the power station. And then all of a sudden you can see like the slow drop in of like 3 more cruise missiles. And I mean, nothing was shooting at them. And I mean, the shit out of that for sure. I was like, damn.
Have you guys covered Biden yet? The Biden announcement?
No, we just started. They were talking about the oil thing, and then I had problems, and then somebody was trying to get on. They couldn't get on. Bubba Hotep, I think. What are you talking about? Biden retiring so Kamala could be the first woman president?
No. He announced he lifted the ban on the long-range missile strikes into Russia, maybe about a half an hour ago.
Right. We'll see what they're going to do.
I mean, I don't really know what it's going to do because they have to. I mean, those ATACMS, they only have so much of a range, so they'd have to move them up closer to get deeper into Russia. And the storm shadows and all that shit, they'd have to fly closer to Russian lines to launch deeper into Russia.
The question that I have is, did the Western world understand that you have no country have been broken by strategic bombardment? Basically, Germany didn't surrender, North Korea didn't surrender, Vietnam didn't surrender.
Well, I mean, the thing is, too, it's just the quantity.
With the long-range strike. And the only consequence they have is that they reinforce the government on this power. That's the only thing they are going to do.
I mean, the other thing is
be able to have more and more soldiers. That's all. So, Yvonne, your turn.
Oh no, I was just to say. I mean, and the other thing with these strikes is they're not really going to do anything because they're not going to be numerous. And I mean, if you did 50 deep strikes on 50 ammunition depots in a couple nights, then yeah, you would make an effect. But this shot on a depot or a hit on a missile supply point or a random concentration, it doesn't do anything because it's scattered. It's just like, think about it, like Robotny. They were shooting those storm shadows at crap in Sevastopol that had nothing to do with the war, instead of shooting them at communication points or command bunkers or artillery units that might have been staged. I mean, I just don't. I don't. It seems more like a provocation just to try to incite Russia, because the strikes won't do anything, but they will incite Russia more because they're going to be deeper if they manage to pull one off, I guess. Go ahead, Shadowy Side.
I think the very high-tech missiles are still going to be under US control. Okay, they could strike very deep in Russia, but the target are going to be chosen by US military. So they are going to avoid anything stupid, I think.
Just real quick.
No, I think it's first.
Bunker housing, don't waste your USB. Use it for more productive, like saving your prawns. The open mic, it's okay. I got all the backups. Don't worry. If you need, I can send you. Use it on your prawns. It's okay.
Well, when I first read the headline that Biden had approved it, my initial gut reaction was, they're trying to set up Trump. So the conspiracy theorist in me says they're going to attack Russia. Russia then is going to respond and attack some base in Romania or Poland or wherever the hell they're coming from. And then NATO is going to have to respond, which of course they can't. But, my first gut reaction was, they're trying to set Trump up to prolong this war, because if they can get Russia to respond, then that really puts a wedge in it for him. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but I think that's what they're trying to do. I think that's what the reaction that they're hoping to goad out of Russia. That Russia there'll be a hit, something will happen. Maybe it's it gets shot down and kills civilians. Maybe they actually hit something worthwhile. Like I said, I don't think in the big picture it'll matter, these strikes, but they still can do shit that would be embarrassing for Russia. And I'm thinking maybe Putin and Trump are talking somewhat. So maybe it's like, hey, don't let these fuckers goad you into something that we can't walk back in 20 days or 30 days. Because think about it, they can absorb these bullshit strikes. I mean, short of them hitting like the Kremlin or something and actually killing somebody worth a fuck, I mean, they can do. There's other ways they can retaliate against Ukraine and the NATO.
For such a disaster for the propaganda in the rest of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think
like a political target in Moscow or St. Petersburg or another city is going to be a huge propaganda disaster.
Oh, I know, but that's what I'm saying. I think they're going to just try and provoke Russia into doing something, and I think Russia can absorb it unless it's something really, bad or extreme or horrific. Like if they manage to hit some deep depot or take out another radar site, I don't think Russia's going to take the bait. But if they were to, kill somebody important or kill a bunch of civilians accidentally, then I think Russia might want to respond then. But even then,
or they could
just punish them with a cruise. Think about it. They could just punish them with a cruise
aircraft production or some kind of military production somewhere. They could try to disable a factory, a plane factory or a tank factory or something factory. I don't know. And that would be useful because you could maybe a little slow the supply coming to the front line, but prevent that. It's very not really effective because, like you said, they have such a large margin in quantity and production capacity that honestly it would be useless.
Did you see that there was a story earlier about this new production facility that Russia's building like 600 miles east of Moscow? And it's already a huge industrial site. I guess they used to produce cars and other vehicles there. And it's being expanded and repurposed basically into like drone city. Like this massive place is going to produce all types of drones on a mass scale. And they're talking about how scary it's going to be, the amount of drones that the Russians are going to be able to pump out as far as everything from FPVs up to the bigger stuff, literally in the thousands as this thing scales up over the next couple years. But it was pretty crazy. And it's like, I mean, the West talks about shit like that, but they don't have anything even relatively close, and it's already scaling up and expanding. And it's probably still it's probably producing hundreds, if not thousands of variants of different types already. And they're just going to keep increasing their capacity. And that's what they were talking about. The capacity that they're putting out on these drones is just going to get crazier and crazier. They said, imagine Russian drone warfare capabilities in 10 years with the amount of production that they're doing and obviously advancing the technology and the tactics. Go ahead, Shadowy. Sorry.
They have a very large factory for tanks in the east of Moscow. And it's the biggest factory in the world, one of the biggest in the world. Maybe there is another one in China, I don't know. But this factory was able to produce in 1 year more tanks than all the European countries own by themselves. In 1 year. Basically, just this factory, they have something like 80,000 workers. Today, they are building different things. They are building tractors, motor engine for rockets, and tanks, and like T-72, BMP, everything you
And
need
think
for the
about
war.
it. They're all getting paid
And
good.
they learn train.
You know, relatively speaking, for where they live, the cost of living, they're all getting paid excellent. There's probably all kinds of production bonuses and quota bonuses, and you
And
know,
military bonuses. Because
yeah,
when you
and
are
the
part
fact
of the
that
military
what did
production,
they
you have a
double their
bonus.
budget again this year?
Don't forget one thing: you cannot be mobilized.
Yeah, exactly. You know, yeah, that's a bonus. But yeah, I mean, just think about it. And people are like, oh, you know, even if it's only a few $1,000s through the year, that's a lot of money, you know.
And I feel like, you know, the Russians is preparing not just for this war that they are currently fighting, is preparing for the multipolar world.
For
Like
the
I
next
did
one.
mention before, as you go more multipolar, more wars is going to happen because you get too many backers, you see. Then like when you have too many backers, then wars is more easier to fight. You know, if you have two, you have like in the past, in the Cold War, you have USSR and United States. It's straightforward. You know, it's always proxy war between the two. It's still war. You see, it's still multipolar. It's still war. But if you have the Americans, you know, after the Cold War, you know, Americans decide where the war happens. No one else decides. You know, so if you go, once we go into multipolar, then war will be more likely, which means a lot of money for the Russians to make. Then drones will be one of the biggest stuff that will be exported, and now is the time you build up the production, and they will be competing with China for the market.
I mean, they were talking like in the next couple of years that like that whole production facility. I mean, the guy used the word monolithic as far as the amount of production and the types they'll be pushing out of there. And like you said, it'll be for their own supply plus their exports to their friends. But yeah, it's basically, you know, like I said, it's basically like Drone City. It's like completely been repurposed just for that. So you can imagine, you know, all the new ideas. I mean, hell, I saw a drone the other day some little girls made that they were fucking testing out for something just to see if the concept worked, I guess. I mean, I don't know if they'll use their exact drone, but maybe there was some feature on it that they liked. And they even put a little stuffed animal Lancet drone on top of it and flew it around. And I don't remember what it was doing, but I mean, obviously, if you're good at that kind of crap, well, there's where you go for a job, and you're probably going to get paid damn good to be there. And like you said, you're safe. You're not mobilized. And 600 miles away from Moscow, I mean, you probably don't have to worry about too many even those long range ones.
And the factory is so
drones,
large,
right?
that is not a possible target, because even if you strike one building, you have to strike
this place was freaking
to stop
huge.
the production, basically.
And they were expanding big buildings everywhere. I mean, this place was massive.
You know what's ironic is all those years we spent and we heard from our parents about all that video game playing, we would all be excellent soldiers right now, you know, from like the 80s and 90s and whatever.
I wonder if we are witnessing a totally new form of warfare will be developing soon, because imagine, like, you know, when we first have the muskets, you know, or the rifles, or one, you know, at the beginning, it's very rare. You know, they produce a few, you have just a few units having them. Then because after that everybody have it, every single soldier have it, the warfare changed, the way of fighting changed. You no longer line up, because lining up becoming more and more stupid. Then now in the future, maybe every single soldier is a drone operator. Then you just be like droning each other. You have rifle, but the rifle is just like in case you meet each other nearby. It's just like, you know, in the early days of rifle, right? Early day of rifle, they still carry swords, right? You know, it's just like in case they get too near with you, you pull out your sword, but you know, you still use your rifle. Now in the future is that you use your drone. Then if the soldiers come nearby, then you use your rifle, like something like this. Vaughn.
Yeah, the other thing too that they talked about, just real quick, that whole drone city includes them, you know, advancing drone AI and all that stuff too. It's an all-inclusive facility, so it'll be interesting to see what comes out of it. Shadow, he's up.
In 1905, the British shipyards launched a new kind of ship, the dreadnoughts. In one day, they changed the face of war on the sea. Basically, there is for the war on the sea, there was an before and an after. And then, it was 35 years later, the I think it was the British Navy, make a strike a night with their plane against Italian naval port, and they sunk, basically neutralized a large part of the Italian IC fleet. And basically, for 35 years, the battleship was the king of the sea. And at this date, in 1940, it was the turn of the aircraft carrier. I think for the drone, it's going to be the same thing. They are going to be some kind of in control of the battlefield for maybe not 35 years because things too long, but for a duration. And then there is going to be something new who is going to invalidate them. Maybe some kind of I don't know, jamming, or maybe someone is going to be able to identify exactly, to pinpoint where the signal guiding the drone is coming from, and then it's immediate artillery strike, or something like that. But for the moment, the drone is very important for the battlefield, yes. Vaughn?
You're muted.
I think Bubba Hotep had his finger up.
Yeah, but Boba, can you introduce yourself first? Because just now you were very laggy.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't have very good signal. So my real name's Paul. I'm in Florida, United States. I've watched for a long time, kind of on and off. Like, it's hard to watch 6 hours. But I've always been kind of enjoyed a lot of this, theory kind of stuff. And I've got some opinions to kind of line up with a lot of you guys. But on this specific topic, I really think what you're looking at is cost effectiveness. So the United States, the Western world for years, I mean, we've gotten to the point of $120 million for a single airplane. And it's not just that. An Abrams is $7.5 million. And the Soviet system did seem to be more cost effective. I'm guessing an old T-72 was $1.5 million, and you could do the same damage. But these drones, maybe they've got $5,000 in a drone. Now, your operators, you still have to train your operators, but I'm guessing you probably have an operator trained up in 21 days of high intensity training. It just, in the grand scheme of things, they're able to destroy a $7.5 million tank for less than $15,000. And it basically, I think someone had said it democratizes battle. As long as you are at least a second world kind of country, you can produce these things, you can order them, you can train, you have sort of a baseline of people that are used to using smartphones and playing with drones as kids. And these people I don't think it's going to be drones only, but what it does is it means, like, the United States right now should not be investing in some kind of $25 million tank. And maybe we need $500,000 tanks with more mobility, less protection, and dozens of drones.
Sherman 2. You guys need Sherman 2.
Oh, let me think. Somebody else can go. I'll remember in a sec. Shadowy.
Yeah, drone.
I have a story about the Sherman, the very old World War II tanks. And it's something to say good about the Sherman. After the war, they asked tank drivers and tank crew from the different sides of the battle, German one, a Russian one, and the US one. If the tank doesn't start at the beginning of the battle, you need to take a rifle to be an infantryman. Which K are you going to choose? Are you going to take the K of a Sherman, of a Tiger, or a T-34? Everybody chooses a Sherman, because with the Sherman, with the K, he's going to start. With the Tiger, maybe not. With the T-34s, it depends where he has been built, because sometimes the building was very bad. But with the Sherman, you have no issue. The Sherman is going to start immediately. So you are not going to be an infantryman. It was another philosophy this time. Today, I don't know.
Well, just to follow up on that, we don't have that manufacturing capability anymore whatsoever. I live in the Rust Belt, guys. I see it every day, and it's called the Rust Belt for a reason. Like the factories, all the factories have been dismantled at this point, and the ones that remain are just rusting eyesores on the communities that they're in. So we don't have that anymore. We can't manufacture anything anymore. Not in North America anyway.
Is it so bad, Nuno?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
With like what Bubba was saying too, is the drones. I mean, it's kind of like the great equalizer, because I mean that's probably where the changes will be, because now you got drones that can affect naval warfare doctrine, because you got small drones that can scare away big ships, and then you've got the land drones that can change land warfare and how it's done and how it's incorporated into it. And they've already started showing drones specifically designed to do air defense jobs, like intercept helicopters. There's a drone system the United States is working on where it sits inside of an air conditioning size unit, and it detects a target, takes off, and I think it can fly up to like 700 miles an hour and intercept a target. And if it doesn't intercept anything, it can return back to its base and land and wait and basically, I guess, refuel or whatever. So maybe there won't be so much advancements in aircraft or ships and stuff, because they're going to have to adapt to the fact that these, small countries with limited budgets can put stuff together that can take out the carrier or the cruiser or the frigate, or, attack helicopters, or, attack aircraft, or, coordinate and attack with the infantry, or hell, I mean, AI, when I was in the Army, in the 90s, we had a magazine called Armor Magazine that would always talk about, land warfare tactics and, future developments. And if you would, if they had gone by what they were talking about back then, we should already have, Bradleys basically autonomously driving around on the battlefield with weapon systems, either with AI or operated by like one person sending out 2 or 3 and operating independently. But obviously we didn't spend the money on that. But that's obviously been there for a while, so I would assume that would now is kind of maybe going to force the development, because now you're going to have to, put AI out there and drones out there to counter the drones. So maybe that's where the drones will change everything. All the traditional battlefield areas will have to adapt to the drones, because everybody can use drones, whether it's air, sea, or land.
Well, even if you did have just a fully AI controlled tank or something like that, I feel like you'd still be running into the issue where it's still super expensive, and you're having these really cheap drones destroying it. And plus, I feel like a big part of the reason why they didn't make things like fully autonomous or fully remote control is just because of electronic warfare. That's a pretty big deal. You're not even if you can control it perfectly autonomously, you're still running into issues with electronic warfare, people being able to jam it. But yeah, I think that ultimately you're going to end up seeing tanks. I think you're honestly going to end up seeing tanks become almost like battle cruisers, in a way where you basically have them, like a really huge, like super advanced, like super thick armor thing, where you'll just have like all sorts of like interceptors and like electronic warfare and like laser defense and things like that. That's, I think, what you're going to see countries moving towards in the next 20-30 years and to try and counter drones. Lambo.
Yeah, thanks. I think you can see them more as like a hybrid. Also, like, just take the example of a Bradley troop transport with a nice gun on the roof. They always going to stay exist. I don't see also in a war only by drones, something like that, never going to happen. Troops we always going to have. Like the drones, yes, a lot of them is cheaper, like you said already before, the guys here in the chat and the open mic. Like planes also, less pilots, more loyal wingmans. So you're going to see more fighter jets or like commando platforms flying around with loyal wingmans. That's something we're going to see Oh, thanks, Aaron Putin, for the new memberships. We're going to see more loyal wingmans for the Air Force. Something is going to happen. Russia is already busy with it, already testing it, already shot one down on their south because they lost contact. So it's still in their baby stage in that case. But like also, yeah, maybe less investments in big ships, more like drone dispensers. Things are going to happen. But like have a fully robotized war is never going to happen. We're still going to have people on the ground to be able to conquer and check everything out. We're seeing the changes now, and it's actually just now. So the war in Ukraine and like a little stage. It's just like the beginning of what we can expect in 20 years' time, for example. But like, and big things are changing also. Just look behind me, Tupolev 160. They used it yesterday. But Russia is refurbishing them, modernizing them, building new ones. Says a lot. What do the planes do? They are launching cruise missiles. I think we never had a war where we saw that many cruise missiles in 1 year time flying around, even if you're counting the cruise missiles from the Ukrainians. So yes, modernization is a big role. The thing that the States need to do is building cheaper like the Russians are doing. They are fucking building cheaper in a big way. We just had the air show in China. We had a T-50 demonstration plane with awesome demonstration capability that actually is a prototype of the Sukhoi 57. You can build 3 Sukhoi 57s for the price of one F-22. And they are joking about the plane like, it's not stealth. We don't know. We know nothing. We know nothing about the electronics of that plane. Even the plane that was in China had nothing about the electronics. It was just prototype number 4, showing off their capabilities and maneuvering, and that's it. But yeah, that's it.
Millennium 7
had the second frame.
did a video on it, right? Millennium 7 did a video on it, explaining that is not a real Sukhoi 57. That's just a
T-50. It's a prototype. It's prototype number 4, paint job number 5. So the blue paint job is prototype number 4. So that plane, they were criticizing that plane very hard to say, and it had like misfixed panels or not matching panels on it. They don't give a fuck. That plane is serving in one purpose, is to put it out, put it back together, testing new stuffs on it. And for that plane, number 4 is the demonstration plane that Sergei Bogdan, the one of the best test pilots in the world, the guy is 62 years old. He flown from Russia to China. He landed 4 times, and the guy was actually wearing normal clothes, like, I'm going to a city trip, The guy is amazing, and he was not even using a G-suit in that plane. But that plane just say nothing about technology. It just show, in a certain way, technology of aerodynamics, performance of the plane, and that's it. Still on the old engines of the Sukhoi 35, don't care. They have the new engines for the plane. They're going to test it. But all that bullshitting and saying that Russia is nothing with stealth is fucking bullshit. And they just show off in China, but the real technology is actually flying over Ukraine. So it's
obviously that they will not send it to China, right? They will not send the best plane to China.
But they had the second frame that they brought back with another prototype that they brought back with the transport plane, with an Antonov 124, and that plane had normally the new engines on it. They also showed inside in the expo buildings the new engine. So a mock-off of the new engine to show, we are ready. And they are willing to sell the plane. It was also strategically very smart because it costs you less money. You're going to not buy the same plane like the Russians have, but it's going to be a good investment also for the production of the future of these type of planes. A big mistake that, I don't know if it's a big mistake, but it's a mistake that the United States didn't do. Like with the F-22, they said they're going to build that many planes, fuck ton of money for these planes. They are afraid to use it. It just shut down a balloon from the Chinese spy balloon. And they don't even produce that plane anymore. They don't have any production capabilities for that plane anymore. So if they're losing one, it's done. That's very bad. That's actually very
ironically,
bad.
That until today, you still cannot get close to the F-22 until today. Like they came to the Singapore Air Show. You can only see it from afar.
They show pictures, close-up pictures that guys were able to take, and so you can see the same plane you're building in the same way like the Sukhoi 57 is built the same way like an F-22. You always need to have screws and rivets to build the plane and also to put your panels off. So it's just the coating over the screws.
I think Vaughn is desperate to talk. The Vaughn.
I think he's always very desperate to talk. Talk, Vaughn.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like with the tanks and stuff, they don't need to waste money on the tanks, and I mean, realistically, you could go with the M1A2, like the first iteration with the little CITV on it for the the additional rotating sight, and you just build those, and then you put a cope cage on them, and then you buy an aftermarket, electronic warfare jammer and attach it to the back of the bustle rack, like you see those little packs with the antennas. I mean, this is all low tech, low cost stuff that could be done, but they want to spend, add millions and millions of dollars onto these things. And it's like the M1A2 is just as good as a T90M. I mean, I would expect both those tanks head to head to be able to take a hit from each other, at least one or two, depending on where it hits. But I mean, if you hit in the front armor, I expect those tanks to be able to fucking take hits from each other. If you hit them in the side, M1 in the side is just as dead as a T90 in the side, or an M1 in the ass, or a T90 in the ass. I mean, really, it's coming down to the Bradley's a good vehicle. Why put all this extra shit on it? Go with the basic good thermals that work with the ATGM, the nice auto cannon. Put a cope cage on it. Add a little jammer pack. Maybe tell the fucking loader or the gunner to sit up on the fucking top with a damn shotgun. I mean, that's basic, simple shit they can do. And it's cost effective, and you incorporate protection. Huh?
What is the future of the tank from here and 20 years? What is the future of the tank?
I mean, they'll still be necessary, but it's like, why? Like they're trying to build this replacement for the M1 or that new German tank. It's like, just go back, to like the Leopard 6s or something, and just keep them upgraded, put shit on them. Maybe, I mean, they're already too heavy as it is. Adding more shit to them ain't going to make a difference. So, like I said, an M1A1 from the 90s should be able to face off with a T90M, and vice versa. I mean, obviously, if you get the perfect kill shot on the turret ring on either one of those, they're fucking dead. So, but like I said, I mean, they want to spend extra money, put all this extra crap on there, extra electronics. And you can see like I said, a T55 is as good as an M1A1. If you don't put a fucking house on top of your tank and go drive across the battlefield, you're dead. I mean, you literally got to put a shed on your house if you want to drive across the battlefield in Ukraine, because that's the only way you're going to survive. And even then, you're still going to get taken out. So, I mean, they'll be around. They're just going to have to figure a cost-effective way to protect them.
Shadow V.
Yes, 2 points. First, about the tank warfare. When we watch the video from Ukraine, I think the most important thing is the surprise effect. Most of the time, and I think mainly all the time, the crew was a surprise on the other crew. On the other side is winning. Whatever the weapon or the vehicles I have, basically, I don't remember I've seen a video where someone surprised the opponent and was killed by the opponent. The guy who scoots the first one, the opponent is winning. And for the drone warfare, one thing is very important, is the jamming system. In an interview in the Washington Post, a drone crew from Ukraine was saying that when Russia begins jamming to protect their troops with the jamming system, the drone was effective for 40% of the attack. And a few months later, basically this summer, it was only 10% of the attack. That means that you could forget the idea that you have a civilian with this drone who is killing an Abraham. It's no longer a civilian. It's a civilian with a truck full of drone who is killing an Abraham. Or a T90 if you want. It's the same thing. But basically, it's already past the level of the small rebel in his cave who is making a drone by himself and doing something. Forget that. You need already a lot of drones to make effective strike. And Ukraine, of course, had a lot of drones, so they could do it. Same thing for Russia. But it's no longer something that you could do at the small scale. And it was 4-5 months ago. Today, maybe the jamming is effective for 95% of the strike. So that means that you need 20 drones to make a successful attack. And 20 drones for one successful attack the logistic is becoming more and more difficult for the drone operator. So we are really in the military side of operation and no longer on the guerrilla warfare things. So that's what I wanted to say.
I also imagine like the future of drone warfare is going to be a lot like it's like the Iron Dome, all the missiles are flying like on both sides. All the drones will be doing dogfights on their own. It's like all AI,
like Robotech. Like all the missiles flying off, and
all the missiles, and then both sides will be like trying to take each other out, and it will be a war of attrition in terms of the drone, because all the drones will be like missiles. They'll be just like trying to take each other out, and then
I'm more thinking like something like a phalanx cannon.
Yeah, so the side that wins the battle of the drones will have drone superiority. It's a bit like air superiority. Like in the beginning of any war, then all the fighter jets will be fighting each other, and then one side will start to come out on top. Then they will have air superiority. I think drone will be the same thing, but it's just that more localized on the specific battlefront, and then you see all the drones will start to fly against each other, and then one side will dominate. And then then they will start to open up the jammers and try to minimize the hit from the other side. I think the future of drone warfare will be like a bit like this, and we are seeing that they are still trying to find out what's the best way for the drones to hit each other. We saw the one that they suicide, they just hammer, they just fly into the other drone at super high speed. Then today I just saw a new video where another drone just fly on top of the enemy drone and just drop the net, which I think is just as effective. Although I feel like they shouldn't have dropped the net entirely. They should open the net, catch the drone, and then bring it back. But then they just released it. That's a waste of the net. So, I think it's going to get more and more complicated. The war. I think if it give it another year or 2 years, I think the drone warfare will become stupid. It will become totally ridiculous. Imagine we started the war with no drones. 0 drones. Then after that, they started to use DJI drones to do surveillance.
Only the and things like that.
Then I don't talk about those military big drones. I'm talking about like UAVs, right? So there's no UAVs. Then they started to use the DJI. Then after they tried to implement the catch and release of the grenades. Now we are looking like stupid level of the suicide drones. Even drones with anti-tank guided missiles, where they can penetrate through the tanks. I can't even imagine what it's going to be next year.
I saw a drone yesterday or the other day. They were testing. It was like a downward flamethrower, like it shoots a flame.
Yes, we see.
And it looks like it wasn't very big, but it looked like you could fly along and do a burst, maybe 3 or 4 shots, and then it either, I guess, burns up or you fly it back and refill it.
But you already have these termite drones that launching termites.
That would have
done
the exact same job, right?
Imagine, like you say, to attack another drone, a drone with a shotgun attached to it. You see, like the recoil after he shot.
Exactly.
The drone, like,
it would be enough, right? Or you can have a.
That is actually what we were talking about that before with Vaughn in the voice chat on the Telegram. Like, why does actually, if you're just speaking about Ukrainians or even the Russians, every unit need to have at least one person with a shotgun with him. All units, everybody. If you're in the trenches, minimum one person with a shotgun.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking about it, it's like, like in the United States. I mean, obviously prices change, but you can get a Winchester 1300 Defender for probably like $300, and it holds 7 shells. And you can load it up with a decent bird shot, so you get a good amount of shell, BBs out there, and have a good chance. Maybe put a choke on it so you can get a little bit more range. Because really, the shotgun is a last-ditch weapon. It's a point defense weapon, and it just seems like it might be a few $100 to weld a fucking cope cage on. Maybe it's a couple grand to go get one of those little backpack jammers and attach it, because that's more practical than the stuff we saw early on where they were attaching full-size units and driving around, probably big enough to jam like a whole kilometer. And then, it's just like you just issue shotguns, if you're, because that's one of my complaints. You see these guys driving around in the M1s. There's no guy up in the hatch looking around. It's like, you may not get the drone, but damn, you could at least see it. Because like that, remember the M1 a couple days ago, driving down the road
I
and the
was thinking
fiber
about
optic drone
that.
saw it and flew right into the side. It's like, if you had a guy up, he could have fired a shotgun at, maybe hit it and knocked it down, or they could have fired smoke or turned their smoke generator on and hidden the smoke, and maybe the drone would have missed them and crashed.
And it was also
It's like just basic defensive shit, and it's cheap for a shotgun. I mean, hell, you can go steal the farmer's, tin roof and put a coat cage on. Go get grandpa's double barrel. That's better than nothing. But seriously, a shotgun should be standard issue for every vehicle crewman should have a shotgun so they can air guard while they're moving. If you got
About
units of infantry moving across open terrain, have a couple guys with shotguns.
And also because electronic warfare doesn't work all the time. Shadowy gave you an example. They find solutions, but don't forget you have these optic fiber wired guided drones. You just can't electronic warfare them because
that's what I'm
wired.
saying. It's like a last ditch point defense.
Yeah.
It's like it's better.
Exactly. And I don't
think about it,
understand
you'll
why
have
they
guys
don't.
with machine guns shooting too. So the chances are you can protect yourself.
Yeah, and it's more
Yeah,
expensive and difficult to sell or to develop a net shoot thing anti-drone. It exists already, but it's fucking expensive. A shotgun costs nothing. Even I think somebody need to design a Gatling gun with shotgun rounds. Imagine that wall of you just shoot like
yeah, but I mean just practicality. I mean, think about it. The Russians could probably buy, 1 million knockoff Winchester Chinese pumps. And this issue, one to every armored crew member so that they have a guy that can protect, or, give them to every, 2 to every platoon.
And like we said, you don't even really need a shotgun. You can look in the same way like a sort of a baby gun, because actually what do you
I would just use a shotgun. And the other thing too, in basic training, you could have them do a week of trap and skeet shooting, so they learn how to shoot small moving targets.
And you just need to destroy it, a little screw, one little screw of a little propeller of that drone, and a drone is useless. And these are exposed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one pellet hits a rotor blade, it's probably going to crash, and you're good. I mean, that's all you're going for is
so
any kind of damage that'll knock it off course or make it crash.
Yeah.
Another thing that I imagine is, those miniature jets where they have the miniature jet turbine engines, right? I can imagine that this kind of like jet drones, small planes, tiny drone planes, they can carry those other smaller drones, and then they will just fly. Like they have a small fighter jet, then they can release all these drones to attack.
These are crazy.
These would be anti-drone drones. Those hammer ones.
Yeah, because couldn't you make like a small, like a mothership that would drop like little jet-powered heat-seeking drones?
So, but it's too slow. So no, you need to have a jet version. So the jet one is really fast. Like
imagine why you have the big plane behind me, fully packed of little drone cells dropping by, and then swarm everything around.
That's the military industrial complex fantasy. They keep fantasizing about this, but they didn't manage to
like
do
a mothership.
I think what everyone's missing, and forgive me for talking over people, but the idea of supremacy is kind of over. So what we're looking at in the future is you just have to accept that to move forwards, you're going to take 20% casualties, and this objective is worth 20% of casualties. You're not going to protect your infantry platoon completely with shotguns or attack drones. What we're looking at is commanders, politicians, everybody need to take a look at it and go, is this hill worth 20%, 30%, 40%? 80% casualties. What we're going back to, like everyone's gotten very comfortable with the idea that body armor, we have 95% survival from small arms. There's this illusion that you can fight a war and lose 1,000 people with 1,000 KIA, 50,000 wounded. Most of those wounded will make a full recovery. What we're looking at now is the politicians, generals, and everybody need to look at warfare as being a very serious thing. And is this worth 400,000 dead, 1.2 million wounded, 50% of those being, permanently disabled? That's a really uncomfortable thing for the West. And I don't want to say just the West. Okay. China loves their kids too. Okay. Russia loves their kids. Everybody does. And there's been a myth for 40 years that we can fly over, drop some bombs, send the infantry in to take their stuff. And what we're going back to is just a realistic thing that in a war, you very well, if you recruit 2 million soldiers over the course of the war, there's going to be 400,000 dead men at the end of it. And that's what this is kind of showing us. And I kind of just see that as future war is just bloody.
I mean, I think they already factor that in. And I mean, I'm not really talking about that big picture. I'm just saying shotguns are a cost-effective way to mitigate the capabilities that people have against your infantry or vehicles. That's all. It's just, I mean, I figure, when they want to invade Kuwait or Iraq or Afghanistan, they don't give a fuck. It's all about the fucking end game, which is the resources. I mean, I think they already calculated in that they're willing to lose 1.5 million Ukrainians if that means Lindsey Graham gets his 15 trillion in resources. So, I mean, that's already factored in. My point was just, these are simple things that should be done that are cheap that could mitigate the drone threat.
So I don't disagree, but yes, Russia may already think of that way, but let's, I think Lambo, you're in Belgium, right? So
apparently, yeah.
So what would happen in Belgium if 5,000 Belgian soldiers were killed? That's, going back to the 1800s, the first half of this last century, that was a joke. That was a punitive expedition, was 5,000 KIA.
We have, okay. I think, to give you information, I think we have 35,000 active troops for the moment in Belgium. So 5,000 is actually very big loss. We are not even preparing.
I think the problem is you have a lot of people like Lindsey Graham and stuff. Sorry, Shaddy, I'll be quick. They underestimate the capabilities of our rivals, and I don't think that even if they made the calculations that they would make them accurately, and that they would be in for a very rude shock and be quite surprised by what happened if they were to go up against Russia, let's say on the ground in Ukraine. I mean, honestly, the way they talk like they got a Desert Storm army and thousands of attack aircraft, dozens of carriers and, dozens of armored divisions with brand new M1s and stuff. And it's like, dude, all that stuff's been like whittled away since 1993, nonstop every year. So, I mean, you got to look at that too.
Send the NAFO fellows first to the front line. Bunker housing.
So I think that Vaughn's idea of having people with shotguns on tanks is, like, I think a big issue with that is that when you're in a tank, you're moving at whatever 20, 30 miles an hour, and it's already hard enough to just shoot a drone when you're sitting on the ground. But I think just having to have people try to do that on like a moving tank is going to be just too hard. Like from a cost benefit perspective, it's just better to focus on electronic warfare rather than equipping all the troops with shotguns. But I think that when you talk about like things like cost benefit analysis, I think when you look at how the West views Ukraine, like you're not really looking at something that's fundamentally like everyone, like all the pro-Ukraine aid people, what they're basically, I think the assumption they make, and they almost never actually say this, the assumption they make is that, oh, well, if Ukraine can win the war, then Russia's just going to collapse. And they just basically just assume that's going to happen. There's like no doubt in their mind that that's what's going to happen. But
Ryder, very fast about the shotgun before you continue, because I want to give you an example of the shotgun. What do you prefer to shoot with? Do you prefer to take an AK-47 to shoot against a drone or a shotgun? If you know some things about shotgun, you know that it has a very wide blast radius. So you don't even need really to aim. Just point at that, shoot, and hope some little lead is going to hit it. That's the idea behind it. It's just one way to defend, like the last resort to defend. You're being attacked by a drone. You see the drone, you're taking your shotgun, and you shoot at it. You're going to maybe be hit by shrapnels of the debris of the drone because maybe it's carrying an RPG or a grenade. So that thing is going to explode also. But what do you prefer? Having the whole drone on your face that explodes in your face, or you still attempt to shoot it down with a shotgun. That was the idea behind it. It's just the last one of the last defense ways to shoot down a drone. What is the easiest and the cheapest way? Easiest to get on it and easiest to use it? Shotgun.
Well, yeah, but sure.
It's nothing.
Well, sure, but like when you're talking about, trying to shoot a drone that's going, 50 miles an hour on a tank that's going 30 miles an hour, even with a shotgun, I feel like that's going to be pretty hard to do. But I mean, I'm sure it's better than nothing, but again, it's just a matter of cost benefit.
I think, I don't know if you saw these netting guns, how big they are, how heavy they are. It's even more difficult. And your net is maybe 1 square meter big. It's not big. And you need to fight a little drone like that size, or a little bit bigger. So that's why I'm saying a shotgun, or even invent another type of a 4-barrel shotgun. I don't care. But you already been attacked by that drone. So if you're looking at images that you see on the internet by guys that seen that drone is taking his time to crash on him. So the guy is taking his AK, try to shoot it, it's not working, and suddenly you see that drone do that. Dead. Finish. If you have a shotgun, you at least have more chance to shoot it, and you can use a shotgun that you need to just pump it, and you have a new round, so it goes much faster. Also to rearm. I think just as a last point of defense, a shotgun is the best way to use, and it's fucking cheap. They have a lot of them. Every site of militaries, they have shotguns, easy to produce, everything. There's only positives. It's just a last resort to save yourself. We're not saying as a main point for defense, as a last point for defense. Just before you die, you can still try it. Puff. You have more chance to survive that one than using an AK-47, but one bullet that you really need to aim at. And a shotgun, you don't really need to aim. That's what I am. That was actually the idea behind it.
Super chat.
So,
Biden just approved long-range strike.
Oh, fucking
missile
serious?
strikes.
Yeah. Can I take that one? Well, I think this goes back to Bubba's point that he was trying to make about 10 minutes ago, where Bubba basically, what Bubba was getting at was, like, are we ready to absorb the losses that a war with Russia would entail? And the answer is no. Like, we're happy to see Ukrainians die, but now we're getting where the metal hits the meat. If Biden approved those long-range missiles, if they attack Russia, Russia's already said that's an act of war against NATO, and they will respond in kind. So are we prepared to see the losses that would entail? And the answer is no. We haven't seen those losses in our country since World War II. We don't know what that kind of loss looks like anymore. So Lambo said it best, like a 5,000 loss would be 15% or whatever of the Belgian army right there. So I think the whole notion of us going to war with Russia, not to mention the dogpile that would involve with Iran and North Korea and China and everything else, we're foolish. We're foolish to even consider this stuff at this point, because we don't have the manpower, we don't have the technical capability, we don't have the economic capability, we don't have the manufacturing capability. I'll leave it at that. Go ahead, Shadowy.
And the Arab world already have commandos inside all of Europe. All of Europe is full of no commandos. United States too,
Two things. The first one about the idea of the crew of armored vehicles staying outside of the vehicle to try to shoot the drone. Historically, the crew of armored vehicle stay outside the vehicle only when the opponent doesn't have artillery. It's the main things to try to protect against mine on the EUD, like in Afghanistan, for instance, where we look at the Russian paratroopers on the BTA every time, because they try like that to protect from the mine on the ground. But if the Taliban at this point had artillery, or the Mujahideen for Afghanistan, they would never have tried that, because when an artillery strike a point at maybe 50 meters, 70 meters of the tank, if the crew is exposed, he's dead. So staying outside of the vehicle, it's a very delicate situation for a country. And the second point is about the idea that a country could lose 20 or 40% of its army during a war. It's possible if you are on the losing side on the technological spectrum, basically. It could happen if you are basically, very sadly for them, the Gazawi against the Israeli. But on the reverse, it's not possible. Israeli army hasn't lost 20% of its infantry in Gaza. I'm sorry, but it's not happened. They have some losses,
even 20%.
of course, but not 20%.
Not even 10%. Not even 10%.
Okay, we agree with that. That means that the technological and the weight of all the Israeli weapons matters. It's not just a few drones who are able to create a difference. So the drone is not, for me, some kind of equilibrium things. The drone in a military professional army is a very powerful weapon. A drone in a civilian or in a guerrilla warfare, we have to see it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say with the long range strikes, I mean, it's clearly a provocation. They're trying to get Russia to do something, and they're trying to start something between Russia and the United States more in depth before Trump gets in, so he has a mess to deal with. I mean, Russia can absorb a lot of strikes, a lot of hits, because these strikes don't really mean anything because they're so scatterbrained. The only thing that would change that is if there was something that they struck that was catastrophic to Russia, or a bunch of civilians died. But I mean, if they use these strikes to hit a runway or a depot, I don't think Russia's going to take the bait. And like I said, I feel like we got to wait and see what happens. I mean, who's to say when those missiles will be available and what they'll strike and if they'll even do it? They might just be talking and try to get Russia to react. I mean, think about it. They just got hammered yesterday. Now they're talking about, we're going to do long-range attacks right after you got your ass hammered yesterday. So is it even real, or is it just emotional outbursts? I mean, you got to wait and see what happens. But I kind of feel like Russia's been the adult, and they'll take the punishment as long as it's not excessive and wait till Trump gets it.
Russia has been hitting Ukraine with long-range strike all across Ukraine for 2 years now. It didn't change anything. It didn't destroy Ukraine. What makes them think that they can destroy Russia, which is a much
don't forget that Russia has been stricken too by Ukraine, by long-range strike against the refinery, the radar site, and so on. And even Moscow has been stricken.
Even with those
now you're speaking about the storm shadows, the scalps, attacks.
Which it's not much.
I have a first question about that.
It doesn't make Russia go after NATO stuff.
Yeah, but what we were already talking about that a few hours ago, Von. What are the Ukrainians going to use to strike? Which planes? Which planes? Which planes? They don't have.
I mean, who knows, dude? I mean, they got, like we said earlier, there might be at least a dozen or maybe a little more than a dozen aircraft left. I don't know what's left. I mean, we think there's one F-16 left. Maybe they got some more planes that they got refurbished and fixed up. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, wait and see what they try to hit and if they actually hit anything and if it even matters. I mean, like I said, if they hit an ammo dump, who cares? I mean, Russians probably got 1 million ammo dumps.
Yeah, but what
maybe some student nearby gets fucked for a day, doesn't get any ammo, but it's not like they can't get it from somewhere else.
They're going to strike
a military base. Russia is still busy with gentle striking. They just used yesterday only 16 Tupolev 95s, only 6 White Swans, maybe Tupolev 22s, I don't know, some MiG-31s. The only very active bomber that is active for the moment in Ukraine or the Sukhoi 34s with their FAB bombs. These are the only planes that are very active. Last week, Russia was busy every day flying to the Caspian Sea, just looking around how Ukraine is reacting via satellites or whatever, or even drones, just watching the places that they want to strike, how they were busy responding and preparing themselves to be strike. And last night, finally, after months, they used a beautiful White Swan behind me. Do you know what that can take, this type of missiles, that type of plane?
The White Swan.
22s never been shot down by the Ukrainians. Ukrainians are laughing that they say, we shot down some Kinzels and Zircons. Fucking bullshit. Russia is not even at their 10%, not even that at striking capability. If they want to, they can sort of every bear they have, every Tupolev F-22 they have, they can arm with cruise missiles every fucking fighter jet they have. They even still have the Sukhoi 24s. They don't use. Ukraine, what they have, maybe a dozen of Sukhoi 24s to launch per plane to Storm Shadows or Scalps. What are they going to do? The Russians are going, the Russians not even destroying the full airfields. Why? Because they also want to destroy these planes. Don't forget that these Ukrainian airfields are built in the Soviet era, very protected, very difficult to destroy these hangars also. But Russia is just playing an easy, brave game. They're not going even full. A normal war, if you compare to Second World War, they carpet everything they see on their paths. Cities being destroyed, also to take the workers with them. They didn't give a fuck. If you're looking at the Ukrainian war, no war ever was like the Ukrainian war. I mean, also by civilian casualties. They are strategic bombing places and just avoiding to hit civilians. If you see messages about an apartment building that been hit by sort of the Russians, how it happened? Air defense struck the cruise missile. The cruise missile lost control and crashed into the apartment. That's the only reason why last night there were casualties in Ukraine, because air defense destroyed a cruise missile and that cruise missile crashed into a building. We never saw a war like that. Putin is actually very, very soft to that type of war compared to any other wars in the world. Just look at the fucking numbers in Israel and Palestine. Just look how many civilian casualties there are in Palestine and even now in Lebanon. They already surpassing after 1 month the numbers that the Russians did. That is how the warfare is played by the Russians to the Ukrainians. Actually, they're playing a very soft war. And the only big casualties you're going to have are the military, because military is normal. They are fighting each other, they are killing each other. But you're just looking at the civilians, they are very brave fighting. And if Ukraine is deciding to enter Russia with their cruise missiles and they're going to fuck around with Russia, Putin is going to say, I'm going to go more aggressive. And I'm going to...
You know, Mr. Lambo, that everybody here understands that. Yeah. I think the only people who don't understand
just
that
repeating it, you know.
as the analysts of the Western world.
We were talking about what they might do in reaction to a deep strike.
Yeah, but the reaction is going to be bad. It's not going to be, I'm not going to avoid the cities. Yeah. I think there is something there. I'm just going to take it, like the Israelis are doing. That can end up like that. Do you want that? But Zelenskyy doesn't give a shit about his people. The NATO doesn't give a shit about Ukrainians. They're just playing the game hard now. Why are they deciding that?
Did anyone read actually that news?
The president. It's also because Ukraine is badly losing the war for the moment.
Did anyone really read that news?
Super chat. Mr. Lambo, jar of tomatoes is cheaper than a shotgun.
Of course. It's a jar of tomatoes.
Mr. Lambo, jar of tomatoes is cheaper than a shotgun. You were interrupting him while he was reading super chat.
Drew, I don't give a fuck. I was already laughing as well.
Yeah, you're talking bullshit. Please let others talk a little bit.
No, I'm not talking.
I
just see the reality, Drew.
Okay, shut up.
Don't start to do like that.
Did anyone read that news?
Well, you should shut up. You're a very rude person. Again and again, you're a very rude person that comes in. Mr. Jordan, you are a fraud. You keep repeating yourself each time you came here. It's just repeating, trying to offend other people. In trying to offend other people, you want to look like you are superior, that you are saying something interesting, but you are not. You are nothing more than a fraud each time that you offend other people. And you think you can offend us to come here, repeat yourselves all the time, say nothing that we don't know, and just deny what other people say. We don't need people like you offending other panelists here. It's just rude. It's stupid. It's not respectful.
Did anyone read the news about allowing a long-range strike? Did anyone read?
I just know it. I just checked it on my Telegram.
So it said it allowed 50-mile ATACMS, not 160-mile range ATACMS. Why? There's a context of it, because Germany and Britain don't allow sending any more cruise missiles to Ukraine. That's why they send the news about allowing the long-range ATACMS. But
No,
it's just a bait.
France.
It's just a bait to get European countries to send the cruise missile.
No,
That's
it's
all.
confirmed here by
They're
the
not gonna.
pro-Ukrainians.
They're not
France,
gonna
UK
allow
have
long-range
authorized for Ukraine
ATACMS.
to use Scalp and Storm Shadows. You missed that news also. They allowed, France and UK allowed Ukraine to use the Storm Shadows and the Scalp. I have it here on my cell phone. It's on Denis Davidov's fucking stupid channel. But if you look a little bit,
and that's not true. That's
it's
Denis
true.
Davidov. That's Denis Davidov.
But you see how UK was
his
trying
channel.
last week. So
that's not
So
true.
you just came
They're
here
not
to offend
sending.
Mr.
You're cutting
Lambo,
off.
to tell some untruths, not to
I'm
to
gonna
show that
offend you.
you
Do
are
you
not
want me to offend
actualized.
you?
It's really
Do you want me to
horrible.
offend you?
Just to
Do you
come
want
here
me?
and offend other panelists and say
Do you
nothing
want me to
special.
offend you? Do you want
No,
me to
keep
offend
on. You keep
you?
offending everybody. Everybody, you just offend everybody.
You
That's all
deserve
you
it.
know
Wait.
how to do.
You're talking bullshit.
Wait. Okay, I'm reading from Kiev Independence. They reported from based on Le Figaro. They say that France and UK have granted Ukraine permission to conduct deep strikes into Russian territory with Scalp and Storm Shadow.
And that's not 50 miles anymore.
So the decision is coincide with Joe Biden's authorization of the US supplied long-range ATACMS. So I didn't see the limitation on ATACMS range on this article.
Long range is long range. So
that's Kiev Independent.
Yeah, no, but everybody's busy saying that. Le Figaro also.
Le Figaro is quoting Le Figaro.
Yeah, it's quoting Le Figaro. Exactly. So it's happening. They're doing the stupid thing. And Russia is going to respond.
They're not sending, they're allowing long-range strike, but they're not sending the missiles anymore.
But we don't know what they are getting. We just don't know. They're doing it.
That's a joke, right?
The only thing I said is
because they read the news that they're not sending missiles.
Because he can't find a way to justify why he offended Mr. Lambo.
Yeah,
why he had to contradict the way he does. He keeps finding a way. Yeah. So
don't take it personal, Prata.
If it is true,
eat your shit, Prata. Eat your shit.
They did allow them, then he says no, but he didn't send them. And if we find that they send them, he will say, oh, but you don't have yet. People to fight them. It's all the same stuff.
To give you a good response about what I'm saying about the planes, France already said.
This is why European Union doesn't work.
France already confirmed to deliver Mirages to Ukraine. What is the primary role of these type of Mirages? And normally are the 2000 type Ds. These are scalp carrying planes. These are designed and of refurbished to be able to launch Scalp missiles. The Ukraine are going to be restocked maybe in planes to be able to just launch these cruise missiles. They still have, I think, Sukhoi 30-24s that are able to them. We just don't know, and they're never going to tell us the exact numbers, how many Scalp or Storm Shadows they are giving to them. We're still waiting for proof that the Taurus is going to be used by the Germans. Going to maybe happen also. We just don't know. But they know, according these long strike attacks, F-16s also have their type of cruise missiles and just need to have it from one of the countries that have them. I presume Belgium has them and going to supply them to the Ukrainians because we don't going to use them anymore in the future because of F-35. And Belgium already said they're going to give all their stock of the F-16 to Ukraine if the F-16s are coming to Ukraine. So we just don't know numbers. They're never going to tell exactly how many weapons they're going to send. They're going to say that €1 million. That's it. But they're going to have
I've had my finger up for like 30 minutes. Can I talk? So
yes,
I think
Rylar, it's your turn now.
Yeah. So I think that when you're talking about long-range strikes in Russia, you need to look at how basically NATO has been approaching this issue, and it can really imply a lot about how they actually view Ukraine. Like, NATO always says, like, oh, the Ukraine war is existential for NATO. If you let Russia win, they're going to invade NATO and all this other stuff. But, for a while now, I think that, when Russia says they have these, sort of red lines, like, sending cruise missiles to Ukraine or sending armored vehicles to Ukraine or whatever, most of the time, they're not really red lines. Like NATO can just, they sent cruise missiles to Ukraine, they sent armored vehicles to Ukraine, and Russia didn't really do anything. They didn't, escalate or use nukes or anything like that. But when NATO leaders are making the decisions, they don't know for sure if there's actually a risk of escalation. Like even if it's 1%, that's still a risk they have to take. But again, the Russians have demonstrated by not escalating that, the risk of something like allowing long-range strikes into Russia is not, it doesn't have a serious risk of escalation. But again, even if there's that 1% risk of escalation, you have to take that into account. And so I think that by NATO taking so long to do things like authorize Ukraine to use long-range weapons in Ukraine, what it demonstrates is that, fundamentally, no matter what it is they say about, oh, Ukraine's so important, they understand that Ukraine itself is not actually that important to NATO. Because if it was, if it really was this existential war, if Ukraine lost, it's the end of NATO or whatever, they wouldn't hesitate to take a 1% risk of nuclear war with Russia, to make sure Ukraine wins. Again, if it's that important to them. But the fact that they have been taking those really small risks into account, I think it implies that NATO leaders, regardless of what they say about, oh, we're defending democracy or whatever, they understand that Ukraine fundamentally is not that important to NATO itself. And so that's just what I had to say about NATO authorizing long-range strikes into Russia. But that's another thing, though, because I think that NATO leaders, what they're trying to do is basically they sort of have this idea in their mind that there's sort of a permissible proxy war that's like permissible rules of how proxy wars are conducted that have arisen since, I guess, the Korean War and Vietnam War, all those other proxy conflicts during the Cold War, where basically as long as you don't use your own troops to attack your enemy country, you're not technically fighting them, so you can arm Ukraine as much as you want, but as long as you don't actually send your combat troops in to fight the Russians, you're not actually at war with Russia. So as long as Russia and NATO sort of stay within those sort of bounds of what a quote unquote proxy war is, there's no risk of escalation, or at least that's what NATO leaders think. And so when you talk about things like authorizing long-range strikes into Russia, what you're basically looking at is something that really hasn't been done in these sort of historical proxy wars before. Like you never saw North Vietnam bomb factories in the United States, or the Mujahideen bomb factories deep in the Soviet Union. You're looking at new, sort of breaking new ground here in terms of what is acceptable behavior in these kind of proxy wars. And so I think when you talk about allowing Ukraine to launch these sort of long-range strikes into Russia, you're doing something that Russia might not be willing to tolerate in the same way that they tolerated something like NATO sending armored vehicles to Ukraine or whatever. Because again, this is something that isn't within the sort of historical bounds of quote unquote acceptable proxy war behavior. So that's just what I had to say about that, Vaughn.
I was just gonna say. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, I kind of feel like it's kind of in the Russia's court if they want to retaliate or not, depending on what happens. And like you said, they've had red lines before. And to the point you were making about how important Ukraine is and how it isn't really as important as they claim, because they're they're just now getting around to maybe authorizing something that might have had an effect 2 years ago. But it goes right back to the M1s. When the war started, there were 5 foreign import or export variants of the M1 available. And granted, it maybe took a year before they got serious, but almost a year and a half before the first M1s ever got to Ukraine, they could have sent those variants if they really wanted to help Ukraine. And if they had gotten there earlier, maybe they would have made a difference. Or you could have actually taken the time to train those guys properly instead of at the last minute like they did, and maybe they would have done better, at Robotny or some other place. But it kind of goes to the same thing. Like, what's Russia willing to accept? And you can see where the West continually makes bad miscalculations, and it ends up either not hurting them, or it doesn't really get the effect they want against Russia.
Yeah, and that's another thing, because when you talk about when NATO, like I was talking about earlier, like NATO, like pro-Ukrainian people, I think the assumption they pretty much implicitly make Like, they don't even question this. Like, that, if Ukraine can win the war and just push Russia out of all these, like, out of the pre-1991 borders, like, Russia's just going to collapse and NATO's not going to have to worry about them anymore. When, you don't know that's going to happen. Like, just Occam's razor. Like, if Ukraine takes all these territories, like, the rest of Russia is still going to be there. You haven't really, and they're just going to be, just as mad that they lost the war as if they as it would be with NATO if they had won. It's just like Nazi Germany after World War II or after World War One. They lost all the German Empire's territories after World War One. They came back in World War II and just even more mad and more military effective because of that. But again, I think what you're looking at is basically, NATO leaders, they see this war, they think that, oh, well, it's almost like in chess where, like when you're starting to learn chess, you're not very good. Like, you'll move your bishop onto the diagonal of your opponent's queen and think like, oh, if he doesn't see it, I can take the queen. And it's like it's almost like doing that where where NATO's assuming that, oh, if we defeat Russia and Ukraine, they're just going to be completely incompetent, not know how to deal with it, and just collapse. And it's like, it's again, the question you got to ask there is, okay, well, what if Putin takes the bishop? What if Putin isn't incompetent and deals with a loss in Ukraine, even if they manage to do that, just giving the benefit of the doubt that they can do that without sending troops to Ukraine. But ultimately, if Putin is not incompetent and either wins the war outright or manages to deal with a defeat, either way, or just NATO is not going to be in for a very good strategic situation after the conflict. So I think the assumptions that pro-Ukrainian people are making are just fundamentally flawed most of the time, and they don't even seem to realize that. And I honestly don't see this being brought up anywhere near as much as it should be.
Super chat.
So what do we
The
have?
F-16 sends are nuclear strike capable. Russia sees a launch from F-16, while they forced to assume also this is the first Russian red line. X.
So we have the line of the events. So Zelenskyy is promising that they will build a nuclear weapon. And now the news about approving of a long-range strike to Russia, how to connect that, right? What should Russia think? But the news is that UK and Germany are not sending any more of their cruise missiles. So this approval of the long range is actually approval of the short range strike into Russia. That's the Wall Street Journal news that I read about it. It's short range, not a long range ATACMS approval. So it's just a media game against Russia that the cruise missile that probably Ukrainians have some, they don't need to be sent additional, probably have some somewhere stacked, right? Few of them. So this is actually a threat of nuclear attack in order to provoke Russia in overreacting, right? This is just a talk. Most likely, they don't have will not have nuclear weapon, nor will have sufficient cruise missile to make an effect, right? So this is what I wanted to point out about the line of the events that they're talking about, right?
Hey, just real quick on yours thing, just real quick. There's also like rumor reports that there's two factions in the Ukrainian regime. One faction is doing whatever, the other faction is trying to build this nuclear bomb. So it could be more of this whole story of provocation is all I had. I think it's Nika.
Hi guys. There's one thing I think we are missing. I'm not sure if it's important or it's relatable, but I think the call between Scholz and Putin is related to this, because if there is not that call, it would be like a big escalation. I don't know what was said, and I don't think a lot of people know what was said, but I think one of the topics was this, because we can remember that everyone was very resistant the attempts of the Zelenskyy regime to acquire those missiles. But after that call of 1 or 2 days, it got approved. So I'm not like 100% sure, but I think it's like very relatable to that call. I don't know the deal, I know the thing, but they are playing with fire here. I think it can get bad very quick, very, very quick.
You think?
I'm sure, but it can like work out, but the chances that things work out good is like very, very slim compared to I'm hopeful. I don't want to die or stay alive in a World War III scenario. I'm hoping. Give me some chance, guys. Okay, Nonia, next.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about red lines, because I know that in the environment that we're in with our Western media and the propaganda spin that they have on everything, it can be difficult to figure out what the red lines are and aren't. So, from my view, and I follow what Putin says pretty closely, and I follow what Lavrov and people like that say pretty closely. They haven't actually issued a whole lot of red lines. So, like when I hear, hey, Russia's saying if you let tanks in, that's a red line, I don't believe they ever said that. I think the Western media spun that up. But go back and listen. I don't think Putin or Lavrov or any official ever came out and said any of this stuff.
Medvedev said it, definitely.
No, they
haven't.
haven't.
I'm not 100% sure about that.
Okay, go find it.
Medvedev didn't say it.
Find it and put it in the chat. Find it.
All right.
They're guessing it.
And I'm not talking about Medvedev. I'm talking about like what Putin is saying or officially coming from the foreign ministry. They never said that. The only red lines that I recall are one time Putin saying, if you've got Western soldiers in Ukraine, they're fair game, we're going to kill them. And then back in September, he said, if you launch long-range missiles into Russia, we will respond in kind and we will consider that an act of war and we will be at war with NATO. So I think
you forget the first one. The first one, no NATO.
Oh well, obviously, right? Like that.
Unless war, and it happened. Yeah.
But I think now we're in fuck around and find out territory, and I think if we're willing to bet that Putin won't do exactly what he says he's going to do, I don't know. I've never met a Russian who hasn't. So I think we need to be very careful, because I think the outcome of this is just going to be a bunch of kids getting incinerated at some base in Romania somewhere. And
I mean,
that's where it's going to end up.
There's really no point, though, for Putin to escalate that in this lame duck situation between the administrations. I mean, barring some catastrophic event that kills, dozens or hundreds of civilians, or they get some target that actually is catastrophically affects the war effort, like a big command post or something full of dudes, or some key piece of infrastructure that's vital to the Ukrainian war effort. Who cares what they hit? I mean, like I said, they can absorb the hit and decide when they want to do it. And there's no reason to amp it up, especially if they just hit some bullshit target like a rail yard
But the question is, should they absorb the hit? Right? Would America absorb the hit? No, they wouldn't.
Why start something you might not want to get involved in over some petty veto?
I think they to prove a point. To be honest with you.
I mean, they can prove a point any other number of ways without directly engaging NATO. That's my only point. There's any number of ways to get back at NATO without actually giving NATO what they want, which is an attack against NATO. I mean,
you guys don't understand. Super Chat already said it. No, Ukraine will prevail. No, Ukraine.
We love you, John Scott. You're the best.
Thanks, John.
He said that it should be true. Yeah, he said it.
So when you talk about escalation between Russia and NATO, I think that something that people often ignore is that fundamentally, what Russia's worried about with escalating with NATO over Ukraine are two things. One, that NATO could ultimately, overpower Russia and, just, occupy them and cause them to take political losses. But the other one is that ultimately they're going to lose, political reputation with their with countries they're friendly with. So countries like China and India. Like, if China and India think that, okay, NATO's, crossing a boundary in Ukraine, like they shouldn't do this. Russia has the right to respond. Like, Russia's going to be more willing to respond then, even if NATO can, escalate the conflict in Ukraine, make it harder for Russia to win. Even then, obviously, they're still going to be. I'm guessing Russia thinks if they're going to be in a war with NATO, most likely they're going to be in a war with NATO at some point. So, like, why not? What's the big deal doing it now rather than later? But ultimately, when you talk about the relation that has to, country like China and India, when China and India say, oh, no, we don't want escalation, we don't want, Russia to go to war with NATO, what they're saying is that, we could, put consequences on Russia, like economic sanctions or whatever, to make it so that, to sort of deter them from escalating with NATO. But if China and India come out and say, oh, no, like, let's start, condemning NATO, saying like, oh, no, this long-range choice into Russia go too far, or, things like that. I think that's going to be a good indication that Russia's in a position where it can escalate with NATO without facing consequences, or as serious consequences as it was before. So I think that's real quick, be sort of a good indication that we're about to see escalation if it does happen.
Yeah, just real quick with what you're saying, Ryler. I mean, it's like, why should Russia escalate when they can play the bigger man and just wait until NATO does something to where China and India, whoever says, hey, if you want to respond, go ahead. I mean, like I said, they can take a lot of, barring some catastrophic attack, there's really no reason to take the bait until you get a favorable political situation. And the way NATO is, I mean, Trump's coming in, but that doesn't mean they won't do something stupid before he gets there. Look at the authorization of the long-range strikes. That's obviously a provocation. It's not meant to actually achieve anything. Sorry, Prada.
I don't think we should. Actually, Mr. Lambo was first, but I don't think we should take the Russians for such heroes. They will follow their interest as much as they can, and I think they still have a lot of things they can do if they have to respond in any type of way. So sabotage groups exist all over Europe. They are there and they can do stuff. The secret service of each country will know there were the Russians. They won't be able to prove it was them, but they will get the answer. There's a lot of things they can do. When they destroyed that pipe in the so-called Baltic pipe, oh no, sorry, not the interconnector between Estonia and Finland. It's a bit too much of a coincidence that happened that way, but it was a very well done way. You can't say that it was an act of sabotage; it's more an accident, and it's they kind of blame a Chinese ship for doing it. They didn't do anything further because they obviously know it's a message, and so there is a lot of things they can do before they actually will hit. And I would also like to comment something on Scholz, taking into account what Nika said. I don't think Scholz. We have to understand that Scholz is a guy that is going to leave the government. I don't think many people are taking him serious inside of the European Union right now, especially in terms, if we take into consideration that the same day that it is officially recognized that Trump won, the coalition, the government coalition in Germany falls apart. It's quite ridiculous. It's almost hysterical. They could have waited a few days in order to present that things were just getting worse, but they didn't. It was really hysterical. And in that sense, I think Germany at this moment is not a very well seen country within their peers in the European Union. Last but not least, I think the European partners are getting that union they were talking about is a complete disunion now. So I think I said that in the last open number. I won't take much longer, but I think that many of those countries, many of those leaders that haven't been able, were afraid of talking, now they are actually saying, well, this is enough, now we have to stop. I think Wade is the person that always gets priority, but otherwise I think we should give the voice afterwards to Mr. Lambo.
Yeah.
So wait,
Wait.
so wait. I need to cut in because Major Putin have responded to the statements. So wait, super chat first. Olaf Scholz will prevail according to NGS. And Logician say that don't count on the Russian restraint. If you cross that line, they'll go batshit. That's the rule of their society is built on. So far, a lot of lines have been crossed, in my opinion. So anyway, Putin have made the full statement. This is let me mute.
Nunya, can you not hit it that hard?
I mute him already. So anyway, this post by Solovian live on his Telegram channel. So I've shared it also on the DPA Telegram and Twitter. So I picked up I will just quote some of the major ones. So the key point is not talking about so this Putin saying that it's not about Ukraine striking targets in Russia. That is not the point. He said that the point is that the use of long-range missiles can only be done through the use of Western satellites for target acquisition, and for the targeting, using of the missiles for targeting can only be done by the specialists and experts from the Western specialists, the NATO troops. So only NATO troops are able to do this targeting, entering of the targeting, and with the target acquisition, which means that the entire missile strike will be purely NATO operation. There is not Ukraine involved. That is the reason why he said that it's different from just striking Russia. So he said that Ukraine has already been striking Russia using drone. So that's not the point. So he said that the other point is that say that these NATO countries are the only one that can contribute flight missions to the missile systems. And then so he said that if this is the case, then it will be meaning that this is a direct participation of NATO countries, US and European countries in the war of Ukraine, the direct, which means that they are effectively at war with Russia. And thus, this will change the essence of the conflict, and then they will make appropriate decision based on the threat that was created to Russia. So that is the main difference. So which means that we have been discussing a lot about, Ukraine has already been striking targets, and then I also say that it wouldn't make any difference generally in the military sense. But then Putin now clarifies that it's because Ukraine have zero capability of actually launching the missiles. It's actually purely NATO that is able to do it. So yeah, so that's.
And I mean, he said that before.
I don't know who is next.
Yeah, but that is a 100% point you made, and I just want to clarify these threats that Zelenskyy gives, that Europe gives to, or NATO gives to Russia, how dangerous an escalation can do. And there's a message actually that I want to give to the pro-Ukrainians that are like enjoying messages like that, like, yeah, Zelenskyy wants to build a nuclear bomb and is going to drop it on Russia. That's a bad idea. And I just want to give you one stupid example about the nuclear capabilities, and it's actually one of the bravest ones that Russia can give as response. Take example, they take revenge. After, just imagine the scenario: Zelenskyy build a nuclear bomb, drop it on Russia. Russia is not destroyed because it's so big, and Putin is angry. And Putin said, "We're going to do the same." So we're going to give you for the simulation the example of the plane behind me. So it's called the Tupolev 460 M2. That plane is able to carry, listen very well to that one, 24 cruise missiles type KH-15. These are actually basically more short-range cruise missiles having a range of 300 kilometers, something like that. They are very fast. They are flying at Mach 5. The nuclear, so they are nuclear armed. The blast of a nuclear bomb of 1 KH-15. So everything I'm going to say now, you need to multiply by 24 because that plane can take 24. And I just speak about one plane dropping 24 cruise missiles. So the blast is 300 kilotons. So a detonation will create a mass fire with a radius of 3.5 miles, and all but most extreme weather conditions, under majority weather conditions, there will be a mass fire igniting of a distance of just over 4.5 miles from the detonation. The gigantic fire would quickly increase in intensity and in minutes generate ground winds of hurricanes force with average air temperatures well above the boiling point of water, so that's 100 degrees or 212 degrees Fahrenheit. The fire will burn everywhere and the intensity for 3 to 6 hours, producing a little environment for over a total area approximately to 40 to 65 square miles, an area about 10 to 50 times larger than encirculated by the 15 kiloton atomic bombs which destroyed Hiroshima. So one cruise missile is 10 to 15 times more powerful than Hiroshima. Everybody knows these pictures about Hiroshima. Multiply it by 24. Okay. Do you really think a country, even a NATO country, is going to be that stupid to be allowing Ukraine or any other country in the world to try to very badly hurt Russia? We are not speaking about the third
I mean,
war.
my only point is
going to be ending very fast, destroying the whole planet, actually.
My only point is I stand by what I said. Depending on what's hit, depends on if Russia responds or not.
Yeah,
I mean, even with Putin's statement, depending on what's hit will depend on whether or not he decides to respond.
Yeah, but I just give an example. If in case Russia is responding about something that very badly happened to Russia by Ukraine or NATO country, using just one example. I'm not even talking about the Sarmat missile. I just take one example because I already had the picture behind me and I was too lazy to take a nuclear submarine, for example. I just show you the capability of that plane behind me, where they have multiple of them, that can carry 24 short-range, not so big cruise missiles that can hit you very hard. Imagine 24 of these missiles crashing down in the area of Kiev. You don't want to have it. You just don't want to. A pro-Ukrainian people need to understand it's not a game you are watching. It's very serious. They don't need to say, yeah, come on, Zelenskyy, build that fucking thing.
Come on, Nika.
You're going to have a response.
He will not.
There's something very serious to explain to people that just don't understand what's happening and seeing everything like a video game. Sorry, it's very important to know that. And I just give you one stupid example from one plane. Inka?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, his point is like very, very, very good point. The thing is, even a dirty bomb, they think it's like easy and no problem. It will be done easily. The risk of even doing a dirty bomb can be so great, so they can even explode the facility by just trying to do the dirty bomb that they are willing to do, and that's even that's one kind of stupidity, and they will of course blame Russia. They'll say Russia the one who hit that area and so on, but hitting Russia, it will be done like exponentially. Yeah, exponentially stupid. As Mr. Lambo, imagine, I imagine a scenario. I'm not saying it's a good scenario. It's a horrible scenario, but imagine they attack even without nuclear power. They attack with those ranged missile nuclear facility, or in Russia. Russia will be obliged to respond. Imagine hitting Lviv.
If you're creating a second Chernobyl, you are asking to destroy completely your country. And Russia can do that in 5 minutes. It takes 5 minutes.
Russia, imagine,
everything is
imagine. Gone. Okay, you attacked me with nuclear, not nuclear weapon, but nuclear results. Imagine they bomb Lviv, for example. Lviv is very far away, so no Russian will be harmed. But they will obliterate that area. Nothing will pass for tens of hundreds of years. So it can be like very horrible. Not even Kiev. They can like let Kiev alone, but they can hit all the west area. no arms, nothing will pass through from the radiation and stuff. And they will be like justified-ish to do it because they were hit, they were responding. We don't see anyone like doing any sanctions on Israelis, like eradicating a whole strip of land with 2 million people. I don't know why we should like do the same for Russia. They were the first to attack with nuclear weapons, so they will.
There is also
But
a reason
I
why
think
that
it's
Russia
crazy.
is refurbishing these planes, building new ones. They are prepared to the worst case scenario.
I
Because
think
they
it's
know that
Ryler.
our war is going to end in
Mr.
like
Lambo, I think it's Ryler.
Yeah. So when people talk about nuclear war, I feel like people sort of overestimate how much damage nuclear weapons can actually do to a whole country. Like when you're talking about, like completely eliminating a country's ability to wage war, what you really need to be able to do is strike strategic targets that are vital to its military and economy. So things like power plants, ports, oil refineries, military bases, things like that. But when you look at a country the size of, the United States, there's something like 150 oil refineries just in the U.S. alone, and plus you got something like 200 ports, thousands of different military bases. And so when you're looking at all these different types of strategic targets and compare that to the number of actively deployed nuclear weapons countries like Russia and China have, they're just not going to be able to destroy all those targets, especially when you're talking about other countries are going to have to target, in Europe and South America, wherever else. And so I think when you're talking about nuclear war, it's not going to be the case that maybe in the Cold War it was like this when you had, tens of thousands of nuclear weapons on each side. But now I feel like, you're in a situation where, yeah, you can have that sort of nuclear exchange, kill, 10% of your enemy's population or whatever, but there's still going to be enough infrastructure left that they can sort of rebuild to a large extent and continue fighting a sort of, industrial wars you saw in, World War I and World War II. So I feel like, you're talking about something that's, and especially, moving forward, you're going to have more advanced ABM, anti-ballistic missile capability where you can shoot down a large number of nuclear weapons. So especially if you're talking about a first strike, where you can destroy a certain number of your enemy's nuclear weapons, I feel like you're going to be moving more and more towards a world where, nuclear war isn't really seen as a sort of instant stalemate it was, 30, 40 years ago. But that's just my view on it.
So super chat. John Scott say that he's off, have a good rest, stream DPA. Oh yeah, stop ranting about news. It's not going to happen. It's silly talking about it.
There's
give an
example there's a Zelensky's words also. He gave a talk to respond to all these news. He said, yeah, everybody talks about the approval of the long-range strikes, but those long-range strikes are not done with words. The missiles will speak for themselves, which means they're not giving him the missiles. Maybe the France will, but UK and Germany said they will not send anymore.
We don't know.
That's why he's begging again for the missiles, because he is not getting them.
Super chat.
Maybe Putin told Stoltz, if you don't send weapons, you won't be on the list.
Yeah,
maybe he gave him an off ramp of some kind, so they're opting to not send shit.
Like I said before, we're never going to know who's going to send what to who. UK can say we don't send anything, but we already had these leaking tracks about the Germans talking about sending the tourists. And once it was leaked, they suddenly decided, we're not going to do it anyway. But they were speaking about it, when to do it or not. These messages exist, and we just don't know. No, about the news, I just was giving a possible scenario, and actually the bravest way, by a very bad escalation, if Putin is crazy enough, after Zelenskyy was crazy enough to nuke Russia, and Putin responding by nuking back, and to respond to Rylar. If you count all the nukes that USA and Russia has combined together, they are able to destroy the whole planet 3 times. If somebody is pushing on the button and say all in, and the other one does the same, we're going to see a big bang, and we are never going to be able to talk about it. And don't worry, don't forget we don't care.
It's also everybody living with cancer and dying slowly.
Yeah,
from
that's the thing.
nuclear
Just
fallout.
look at Chernobyl, and we're speaking just about hitting and an overcooked, exploding a nuclear reactor, just one nuclear reactor. Don't forget what happened and still happening now. The aftermath is you just don't want to have it. Look in Japan.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. There's only one side on the global stage right now that advocates or has no problem with attacking nuclear facilities, regardless of what potentially would happen if said nuclear facilities would be attacked. Ukraine, Israel, you know, it's okay to bomb nuclear sites. I mean, like I said before, you know, Saddam blows up the oil fields and dumps all this oil into the Persian Gulf, and he's the fucking devil incarnate. But apparently you can shoot missiles and send commandos to attack nuclear power plants or bomb nuclear sites where you know shit's being enriched or whatever, or you know, now maybe you got ATACMS and maybe someone takes a shot at Kursk's nuclear power plant.
Yeah, that's the closest by that they
can. I mean, there's only one side that seems to have no problem with polluting the planet while they supposedly want to save the planet, I guess.
Well, you know? It just shows how desperate we've become, you know? Go ahead, Nika.
I think it's Ryler. He's before me.
Go ahead, Ryler.
So one other thing about nuclear war is that if you look at like historical strategic bombing campaigns like in Vietnam, World War II, you know, the U.S. dropped something like 7.8 million tons of bombs and explosives on North Vietnam during the Vietnam War. And if you compare that to something like the nuclear warheads that are used now, like the W-78 warhead is the most commonly used warhead in the U.S. arsenal. It has only a yield of like 100 kilotons. And so that amount of bombs that the U.S. dropped on North Vietnam, that's 78 of those warheads. And that's already a non-insignificant number of warheads being used on strategic targets in a nuclear war. But when you're looking at and you're looking at doing that on a country like North Vietnam, which back then only had, like an area the size of West Virginia, like population of like 15 million people, 15 million people. And it's just, if you can drop that much explosive on a country like that and, have them ultimately, be victorious in the war even, when you're talking about doing something like that to a country as large as, the United States or China that have, 350 million people, 1.4 billion people, you're not looking at, I don't think you can realistically expect that once you use, the, like 2,000 or so actively deployed nuclear weapons each side has, currently, you can't expect that the war is just going to end right there and then, and it's just going to be an instant stalemate. I think you're going to see basically them trying to rebuild to a certain extent and basically continuing that war for, years longer, even if it's not, as intense as it would be if they hadn't used nuclear weapons on the conventional side. But ultimately, you are still going to see conventional fighting, and you are still going to see the sort of industrial mobilization you saw, in World War I and World War II, even if, majority of those societies' economies are destroyed. But that's just what I think is going to happen. Prada or Nika.
Yeah, just to respond to the super chat about the nuclear. It's silly to talk about the nuclear weapon. It was silly to talk about a major war in Europe, but it happened. So
I mean, if you think about the current situation.
Yeah. So no one
about just nuclear weapons.
Exactly. So no one was like having the possibility of a major war in Europe happening, but it happened because the West was so much stupid, so much delusional. And the nuclear weapon will happen if there is a big trigger to it. And I think what's happening is a big trigger for it to happen. So it is possible. It is very possible that there is a nuclear. Now we are very close to that event. So this is one thing. The second thing, you can see for Riley also, you can see what happened to Hiroshima and Nagasaki with that bomb, with that low yield, because all the nuclear bombs now, they have like a very large yield compared to those two. So imagine at least like three bombs for every major city in each country. I think it's possible to have a major damage to population, to even to electricity. For example, USA, if you hit like the grid, the electric grid in the US, I think even the military cannot do anything. It will be like very difficult to manage a big country without no electricity, with all the major cities hit or damaged badly. So it can get like very bad. I don't know who's next. I think
Super chat.
Yeah, Super Chat.
He is just crazy, or sim for nuclear holocaust.
Yeah, I just want to add before I give Brata the word that the chat need to shut the fuck up. I can't type it, otherwise it's been refused. But like, dude, Capsule, just shut the fuck up, dude. You are working my nerve with your stupid, ass-licking talk. If you want to play the big mouth, just come to here with us, speak with us, and not playing keyboard warrior, stupid keyboard warrior here on the chat room. You're a stupid asshole, dude. You're really working on my nerves. With your stupid words and insulting us constantly. You need to fucking stop, dude. Working on my nerves.
So the deterrence is a science on itself. It when Nico was just talking about the Nagasaki Hiroshima bombs, they were used mostly, as far as we understand today, they were used as a future deterrence. And it worked more or less. The Americans rushed to use them on the end of when they didn't needed to use them. And there was this reason to start a new era of deterrence. And when the Russians finally got it, then things changed a bit. Changed a bit, but those two actors mostly, they were able to use it in a very wise way most of the times in order to resolve situations. Now, the problem we have is that Russia already has had some good reasons to use a nuclear weapon and did not use it. And this is a problem for all the countries that have them, because if using the nuclear weapon is something so evil and destructive, that if you use it, there is no reason to use it at all, then there is no need for existing those nuclear weapons, because you will never be able to use it. Whatever excuse you have, you are not going to use it, not even just if you are. So someone have to use the nuclear bomb first for nuclear bombs to be legitimate to be used. So all the other reasons are like more or less non-existent. So what I'm surprised a bit, but this is part of the game of the West. What I'm surprised a bit is like, how didn't the middle powers that have nuclear weapons, and I'm talking about India and China mainly, didn't yet reacted to this claim, to this warning from or threat from Zelenskyy to create a dirty bomb? This is very strange, because if the Russian president would say, I'm going to make explode a nuclear bomb, everybody would get crazy. We know. But now Zelenskyy said that, and I'm surprised that the countries that really should be caring about it, and this is not the West and this is not the United States, it's the other countries whose power is still more or less dependent on having nuclear weapons. So in putting that in question, it means they start being big powers. I'm surprised that they didn't came out and said, well, Zelenskyy, you're being a really naughty boy. We were giving you support for our support to you, and now we are seeing you are a deranged person making such threats. You are a deranged person in making such threats, because that is what would happen if Putin ever threatened to use nuclear weapons. They would call him a deranged person, a very dangerous person that could put in danger the whole world. And this is something I'm surprised it didn't happen yet. That was my point. Talking about, it's not silly at all to be talking about, to be discussing this talk about nuclear weapons, especially taking into question why, like Mr. Lambo said, you can't use them. If you use them, if you ever come to that, the destruction, the evilness on it is so big, there is no way. So the Ukrainians, if they have this sense of self-awareness, of preservation, they should never be allowed, not even to bring that as a topic. And that's how the European Union and the supporters, the sponsors of Zelenskyy are actually being put into question in their rationality as well by the rest of the world. How is it possible? Because the moment they use a nuke, even if it is just a dirty bomb, which is not so dangerous in terms of consequences, if they use them, then obviously Russia has the right to use nuclear bombs. And as Mr. Lambo was saying, they can actually create a buffer zone in East Ukraine by just exploding them. And then that land is unuseful for hundreds of years, is the perfect buffer zone. So this is, it's a bit we should actually make some clarity onto it. And I think most people that talked today made really good points about the use of nuclear weapons, if it is possible or not possible. I think sometimes we exaggerate the use of its possible use. It's probably not. Like the person saying that is silly, he also recognized it's not going to be used. I hope it is not. I hope, but there are situations it could happen. So I think Nika probably wants to make a reply. Please do.
So I think Wayne is up, but I will. Wayne.
I have a couple quick points on that. First off,
let's Nika go first, and then you
No, Wayne was first. Prata, don't ruin it. Wayne was first.
Don't ruin.
Who? Me? Okay, fine. Look, the Western state was not backing Georgia back in 2008. If they had him, Russia would have been, how should I put, a little bit more circumspect. As it was, only Turkey backed Georgia. So the information that they provided the Georgians basically meant the Georgian military survived. And in case you didn't know, Turkey was providing NATO targeting information to Georgia during that war. Next point. Did you know that Biden has apparently decided to release long-range missile use in Russia?
You just spoke about it. Yeah, we started to speak.
Okay, I didn't know if you guys had heard yet.
Yeah, we're curious. I'm curious about your opinion about. So yeah, just tell us.
Doesn't make any difference.
No.
No difference. It just means that Russia will have to move some of their equipment further back. But which will make a difference. I mean, it's going to put more wear and tear on the airplanes, but that's basically the sum of it.
Yeah.
Now, what I think really, I warned you guys, what was it, a year and a half, 2 years ago, that Ukraine had the capability to build nuclear weapons. At the time, everybody was like, ha, 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 no, they don't. Sorry, guys, but I was accurate. I may come up with this weird shit, but how often do you guys catch me out? Seriously.
But I mean, they're just talking about building one, Wayne. They haven't built anything.
I don't listen to you, so I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Did you finish?
Okay, next.
So first of all, I don't think it's realistic for Ukraine to build a nuclear bomb now in a war. Maybe in a peacetime they can do something in 2-3 years. I heard some specialists saying that, but under a war with that kind of infrastructure, I don't think it's possible. I don't think a Russian will let them do something like this. It's not an easy feat. It's not something like require. It's not something that you can do it in a factory or something like this. It can require a lot of work, a lot of energy, a lot of specialists, a lot of footprint. So you will know that they are doing something there, and you can fucking bomb them easily. This is one thing. Second thing, you can do a lot of damage with just a demonstration of power. I told you can like hit Lviv easily, cripple all the aid that coming to Ukraine, because the majority, I think, coming to Lviv, and I think this will, but the long range missile, yeah, it will not change anything, but it can change if they use it in a stupid way. If they attack something, for example, infrastructure, very
power plant of Kursk.
Yeah, power plant. Not even Kursk. They could attack it with other weapons, no problem. But
Yeah.
I think inside Russia, population dense populated area, some very important infrastructure, a nuclear facility, that will trigger, I think, the total wrath of the Russian Federation. And this is why I want to say, who's next? Who's next? Yeah. Go.
Okay, guys. Sorry for not speak out quickly. Okay. Nice to see you guys. Let me just say something quickly. I just want to say to those who have died to this war, rest in peace. To those who are about to die, well, hell is open. But this is what I'm about. I said before that this war is gonna go on nuke, and Ukraine don't have their own nuke, and they don't have the capable of building a nuke. But this is what's going to happen. West are going to give them the nuke and call it Ukraine homemade bomb. That's first thing I'm going to say today. Secondly, now I said something before that this war is going on nuke before 2026, right? And probably the United States might be the first to use a nuke.
Which day did you say that? Because I don't remember. Mike, can you remember us? When
What
did you
will
say
tell you-
that?
You
What
never
will tell you-
talked about it.
This is exactly what I said
Told
before.
you did.
I said this before, okay? You wasn't on the show that day when I said it. So this war is going crazy right now. Biden just approved Ukraine to use a attack in a Russian going to pay back by using Hutus to blow up US ship, and this is going to be a disaster. America are far away from home. They don't understand that. Biden about to destroy everything completely right now. And that's what this guy is doing. And this is going to be the war that's going to end up Europe. Europe is going to be totally disaster. It's going to destroy completely. A lot of Europeans don't even know what's about to happen right now, because what's about to happen right now is crazy than they thought, because their leaders are stupid. They are like a child throwing tantrum.
I just want to counter 2 points. 2 points, like with,
through voices. Do you have some kind of a priest that tells you this stuff, or do you dream with them at night? Where do you get this inspiration, Mike?
All this is just looking at the is a human characteristics. It will tell you everything.
Well, I just want to make a quick point to your point about the West giving them a nuke. The problem with nuclear weapons is you can tell where the uranium came from. So unless you're going to steal Russian uranium and make a bomb that looks like a Russian bomb, they're going to figure out if the uranium came from an American supply or an Israeli supply or a British supply or a French supply or whoever. So, I mean, that's not going to happen because you're not going to be able to frame Russia with a fake nuke. And the other thing Wayne was saying about Ukraine being able to build a nuke, yeah, maybe in peacetime they could have. But given the nature of the war and the fact that there's spies everywhere and every factory is targeted, there's nowhere in hell they could build a nuke. If they're building a nuke, it's being done outside of Ukraine because, you know, even if they had some magical super underground bunker, the Russians would still bomb it. So, I mean, there's no way they're building anything. I mean, they talk about this bullshit stories about Ukrainian military industry. It's like what, you know, some guy like sanding down rifle stocks and revarnishing them. in a barn because you know they ain't building shit.
Yeah, Van, you was right. That's what I was saying earlier. Nobody will know where the uranium come from. They won't even build the bomb in the Ukraine. They're just gonna hand over to them. Say all these bombs they've been handing over to them.
Maybe you could find some like enriched, untraceable uranium, but who's gonna have access to that kind of uranium? Only state actors. Maybe Russia's got a stash. Maybe Israel's got a stash in America. There's no way. I'm just saying that's hard to hide where it comes from.
It's not hard. It's not hard to hide. Believe me, it's not that hard to hide. It's everywhere.
Let Mike finish his point.
Okay.
Mike.
Okay.
You finish your whole point first because they interrupt you. I didn't hear what you say. Like halfway, they just chop you off. You finish your whole point, then we can discuss on your.
Okay. Let me keep going. Right now, the way things is going right now is super crazy that people don't pay attention to it. Because only people that pay attention could understand what's about human characteristics, the way people always act. You know, when they were saying back then, I want to come to DPA and say it, but I was too busy. When they were saying they want Trump proof, and this is a Trump proof they was just doing by destroy everything before Trump took over. Trump, when the bombs start flying now, when they start hitting Russia with all those attackers, Russia will use U-2s to blow up American submarine or ship or cruise or now America will be mad, right? And when Trump even took over, it will not be like we're gonna be friends anymore. Trump will not gonna go like we're gonna stop this war anymore because anger is already on the air. Nobody can calm anybody down anymore. I don't know how they're gonna solve this right now because Biden is stupid. He's old. He's gonna die soon or later. So they cannot hold him responsible anymore. And even Kamala is supposed to say no. This is where she's supposed to stand up, say no, we're not gonna approve this. She's supposed to file a law to take Biden out of the office right now. If you want to prove herself, not like go and bring up some star, do some stupid shit. This is why she's supposed to stand up. Because the consequence of what Biden just made today, if that was true, disaster that coming after it, only God can help us. Only God can help us right now. That's what my own way.
Mike, why you look so happy when you see all this scary stuff? You're so happy that you're all going to World War III.
No, I'm not happy right now because this is I'm afraid like tomorrow is not coming. I'm afraid because most people don't see what is about to happen. Like I said last week when I say economy is not good, I say economy is good in America. People are living okay. Okay? Most people that don't know what's about to happen don't know. Okay? Only people that are going to go and overdo themselves pay too much debt in America, I might be suffer. But beside that, if you don't take too much debt, you'll be fine in America right now because things are fine. So that's what I could say right now.
I think it's me. I don't think people understand America very well. I don't understand, but one thing I understand is America don't give a fuck about Ukraine. You think that America will risk one city to protect Ukraine? Who's crazy to think that? Let me. I'm not a geopolitical expert or something. Even if Russia nuke every fucking village in Ukraine, don't think that America will sacrifice one city for it. You will be fool to think like that. America dropped all its allies from the past with less risk than that. Vietnam, Iraq, and every allies, they dropped it with less risk than that. You think they will risk nuclear annihilation both ways just for Ukraine? People will, they are sick in their mind if they think like that.
Hey, Nika, be honest. Do you think they would risk it for any NATO country?
No. I don't think it. I don't think so.
I mean, you think they're going to risk it for Estonia, Latvia?
I don't think so.
Berlin.
Maybe for Britain, Maybe,
yeah, maybe
and maybe, Britain.
They don't care. It's just
sorry, guys.
I said maybe.
Let me just say something.
Listen. One thing. Listen, Mike. So what? Okay, they will get one nuclear bomb, 2, maybe 10. You think Ukraine can do something with it? What they will do with it? Okay, you hit 1 city, 2 city in Russia. You know how large Russia is? It is. You think Russia don't have like any defense system, any air defense system? You think Russia will? For me, if I was in power, I will fucking. You see all the west side of the Dnipro, it will be eradicated. No living thing will be there. Not even a rabbit there. People think it's easy. It's Russia have like more than 5,000 nuclear warhead. More than 5,000. They can light a torch in every village in Ukraine.
Nika, you missed his point. That's not what Mike's point is. Mike's point is that that is what Ukraine wanted. They want Russia to react overwhelmingly so that they can push the world into World War III or push NATO into World War.
They are suicidal then.
It's not
They're
about
suicidal. No.
They've been that way for a long time, dude.
Even thinking that is crazy. They think they are so important that people will risk World War III for them.
But
Ukrainians, look how their politicians beg for arms and money. Look how they act.
They are so much delusional.
They are sorry for cutting you off. Let me just respond back to you. See, America, they think they are far away. They are island that nobody can reach them. So that way nobody can touch them. You understand? That's the mentality that go into their mind, right? Because they're sorry for cutting you off. This point is the main thing that convince Americans that they think
they know that. Just one thing, they know that Russia can hit them. They could hit them 30 years ago. Imagine now with hypersonic missiles. We saw that nothing can stop a hypersonic missile.
Hold on, let me just explain it to you right now. No, nothing can stop hypersonic make it, but if they see it coming, they can easily bring it down. That is one technology.
They cannot.
You can see it.
Yes.
Fast.
Yes, they've been bringing them down. Yes, they've been bringing them down.
No proof of it.
With yes, all these Kenjas, how many Kenja they just shot down like yesterday? They've been bringing them down. This is a fact.
No,
you have to understand.
Fake. It's fake.
Yeah, you can say it's fact, but
we have to
need to prove it.
This is the majority of their shoot downs are the drones. Those are the easy ones.
No, you can say all those Kenjas has been shot down.
Yeah, show me the proof. Show me the proof.
You can't shoot it down.
They move fast, guys. They move fast. They travel fast.
Usain Bolt move fast.
Yes,
those are moving like beyond fast.
Listen, they move one direction.
You can say
straight line.
One second.
Save us, Obi-Wan Jesus.
You can say it.
No, without
you
speed.
You can say it. You need to prove it. That's it.
Without speed. Listen, without speed, they only move straight line. Okay, without speed, the speed is way too much, but they move straight line, and straight line you can calculate when it's going to be there. So that is what Americans rely on. Now with this new technology and satellite, they can pin when the Russian launch the missile, and they can be able to take it out on air or in space, whatever they can take it. This is
Mike. Those are ballistic missiles. Just 1 second. I will answer him and you can come in. Yeah. Those are ballistic missiles. Hypersonic missile can change trajectory. That's the difficult thing. Then it's futile to discuss with you. Sorry.
You are discussing with someone that doesn't want to accept what everybody knows.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to. It's his problem. Actually, the way he talks about how nuclear bombs are produced. How he's describing how nuclear bombs are produced. It means that it
stop. You're talking over everybody.
So the point here is actually that like Nika said, there is something deranged about Zelenskyy. The Prime Minister of Slovakia said something. He never saw someone so disturbed about the probability of peace, not wanting to have peace. He's And we know why. We have been talking many times here. Zelenskyy is a person that knows the moment the war is over, his life probably will be over as well, due to many reasons. We don't need to list them yet now. So the question that many Europeans and many people around the world will start noticing is how the range Zelenskyy is, how danger he is. So you, Mike, you could actually calculate if you understand how that most people actually have self preservation for their lives and for their cultures, is that very, very soon Zelenskyy will be taken out of power. So if you go into the speculations, that would be much more interesting to take into account. Besides that, Mike, I think you should sometimes, you are not a specialist on weapons, which is more than obvious. So you should actually take into account what other people are telling you, because this is quite well known. But if you don't know, you can listen to other people here. They're very good, well aware how Russian hypersonic missiles work nowadays, and they are untraceable, but but you should listen a bit. And secondly, I think you also have a kind of a romanticized way how a nuclear bomb is produced. And Ukraine does has access to plutonium. They can't really produce a nuclear bomb, and everybody knows. So it wouldn't be possible for someone to give them a nuclear bomb, but they can produce a very, very bad dirty bomb. So a dirty bomb is not really a nuclear bomb in the typical sense like Mr. Lambo described on its effects. It's a weapon that will detonate and spread pollute a large area. That weapon, it's not even danger wouldn't kill a lot of people, but it would pollute a large area. So that's what the Ukrainians can do. But everybody that around this world, the leaders and so on, whatever you are talking about, they have self-preservation, and they understand that doing something like that would be very vile. And they understand as well that Zelenskyy has become a danger. He's deranged. And very soon, if you really take into account these points, you will understand that the most probable situation will be that he will be removed very soon. Nika, please, then. But
hold on. Sorry. Let me just respond back.
I will not take too long.
I gave the voice to Nika. You have to respect that.
I will not take too long. Just 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I send you just a Wikipedia link. I just typed hypersonic missiles. You can read it, and you will be much more informed. Just the first search on hypersonic missile. Read it. Just read the first fucking paragraph and the first image, and you will learn everything. Thank you. Thank you for.
Go ahead, Wayne.
Okay, couple points. One, hypersonic missiles do maneuver, yes, but as I was trying to say earlier, you have the tyranny of vectors. You're going so damn fast that you cannot change your direction quickly, and this limits the amount of maneuverability you've got, which makes them easier to shoot down. Unless they slow, in which case they're easier to shoot down anyways. If they slow down, they can maneuver.
But they can.
If you want to look at Zelenskyy, and compare his actions to Winston Churchill's during World War II. There are a lot of similarities to the way he's operating to how Churchill operated. And again, he's in a somewhat similar situation.
The man is chunky, man. He's doing, you know what?
Sorry, what I was saying is this, guys. What I say, anything travel more than Mach 5. If he tries to change the direction, it would destroy himself. You have to understand that, okay? So that's the law of physics.
They've got hypersonic glide vehicles.
So you guys are going there. I say, he can't do that. He can't.
No. Mike, you need to understand. No, you need to understand one thing. They go Mach 12 at least. They have some guidance, so they don't follow.
Yes, they do.
No, listen. they don't follow the ballistic trajectory, if I pronounce it well, trajectory. And you need to have, for your air defense, time and reaction. The time and reaction that they need to be so fast, is actually impossible to intercept them on time to launch your missile. At the moment you intercept hypersonics, we don't speak about ballistic hypersonics. At the time they are saying, fuck, we need to launch air defense, they push on the button, it's already too late. That is what's happening. Never trust what Ukraine is saying, what they shut down. They always
just read the wiki.
No, listen. In my travel Mark 12, Mark 20, Mark whatever, right? Time of launch.
Wait.
Remove one fact. It's called time of launch.
Wait. You need to watch Millennium 7 for that. YouTube, Millennium 7. He is explaining it very good. The time and reaction is very important. Wait. I was still speaking.
But they have only one or two.
Never. They never hit.
Explaining.
Yeah, but they never hit one ever.
Russia have only one or two of that, what you're explaining.
No.
They don't have unlimited number. Yes,
the Putin, like the
maybe
Kinzhal,
three,
the Kinzhal
maybe
is,
three.
Iskander that been changed, and it gave also maneuverability. So it
Sarmat.
doesn't follow that ballistic trajectory. It's going at a certain point. It's going even to a vertical point. It not need to maneuver a lot to fuck up with the air defense, but even that, the air defense, like a Patriot system, doesn't even have the time to react to it. That's something you need to understand. Never they once even the Kinzhal destroy it. So if you look to
nuclear carriers,
please,
not hypersonic missiles per se.
2 minutes, please.
You know,
2 minutes, please. And then I'm going to give you the time as long as you want to react.
They were discussing nuclear hypersonic.
Not wait. That's ballistic.
Not general.
But even every missile can have a nuke bomb on Russia, so it doesn't make any sense anymore. But yesterday, so Ukraine posted that they shot down Kinzhal's, a Zircon, but they didn't shut down an Iskander and they didn't shut down a Kh-22. Kh-22 doing max 4,000 kilometers per hour cruise missile. Iskander is a ballistic hypersonic missile. So it's just doing that poof, 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 and they're going down on the ground. That's it. The Kinzhal is different because it's been air launched at first point and it can be maneuverable, even if it's a little bit. Zircon is another game, and nobody knows shit about the Zircon. Nobody knows any details about the Zircon. Even the finishing.
Mr. Lambo.
Nobody really knows.
One thing, wait,
please. So, if you're not able to shoot down an Iskander, how do you going to tell me, Mike, that you are able to destroy the Kinzhal?
That's the story I'm explaining to you. See, there's a two factor you got to remove there. There is something called time of reaction versus time of launch. Okay, time of reaction versus time of launch. When you launch the missile, it just don't travel Mach 5 right away. It doesn't travel Mach 5 right away. Okay, it starts gradually. Okay, it doesn't.
They were talking about defending United States.
Can we just move on from the hypersonics? Okay. They're really cool. They're hard to shoot down.
I love to talk about
math is difficult. They were talking about defending United States, Lambo, not
about the video showing how they actually work.
You explain. Speak.
So there was it's what Putin was waiting for, to create Sarmat missile, in order to be able to to have indefensible weapon in case of the United States wanted nuclear war. That's what Putin waited for in order to start SMO, right?
Yeah.
He showed it as it working. All the testing and everything. So how much they can create in these 2 years?
Yeah,
maybe 1 a year, 2 a year, the max 2 per year they can make. So what will they have? 1 operational, 2, 3, maybe 3 operational Sarmat missiles that Russia have now. No more than that. So
yeah, because think about it, like you're saying, they just
ballistic intercontinental missile against the United States.
Yeah.
Yes, they could use some of those ballistic missiles shorter range to hit UK, but you guys were talking about defending United States, right? So, but what's important? Yes, okay. Ukrainian can collect plutonium in order to create fat bomb, but it's such a massive bomb, no cruise missile can carry it. It's only strategic bomber that can carry such a plutonium nuclear bomb. But what can they do in order to hide the track is to use nuclear fuel from Ukrainian the nuclear power plants, not a spent one, but a new one, and give it to the West in order to create Ukrainian-based atomic weapon, right? And that could be placed inside the cruise missile. So cruise missile can carry only 500 kilos, no more, of the warhead, right? That's only for uranium Western created nuclear bomb. It's not for Ukrainian created nuclear bomb. So what could the Ukrainian do with it is to create a dirty bomb, and they can send it with their drones that can carry what 200 kilo charge. Yeah, they have those long range drones that I think they can carry. If they use it for shorter range with less fuel, it could carry 200 kilos. That will be just a dirty bomb. Yeah, it's it can spoil. But what? Okay, if Ukrainian get atomic weapon for cruise missile, they have two options to really damage Russia: is to hit Kremlin and to hit Engels airbase, where all the strategic bombers are positioned. That will be really damaging for the Russia. Those two targets, and let's say possibly Scalp, could be used for that. So there's only enough two of the Scalps to use with nuclear charge to really damage Russia, really significantly.
Can I step
So
in for
it's
just
not a
1 second?
game. It's not a game. Okay.
Sure.
Wait. It's me before you. I was before you.
No, that's just to add to what he's saying. The lightest nuclear weapon ever deployed was 51 pounds, or about 23 kilograms. So fitting a light
Western made,
nuclear
yeah.
weapon
I
on
said
you
only
is
Western
something
can
small.
create it so light. Yeah. Only West can make it so light. Yeah. That's what I said. Ukraine cannot do it.
Just I want to comment about even forget about hypersonic missiles. Even ballistic missiles, people think it's easy to hit, to drop. We see like couple months ago what happened to Israel. They were attacked with a few number of ballistic missiles.
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah, a few, not even a large amount of ballistic missiles, and not so much like advanced ones. And they attacked one of the best defended airspaces on Earth, maybe beside USA or something. Yeah, one of the best. And you see how much they hit. Yeah, and you see how much they hit. Exactly. So even ballistic missile is not like as easy as you think, guys. It's very difficult to defend against it. The speed and all of this. Israel know the direction of those attacks. Russia have nuclear submarines. They can hit from anywhere. They have planes. They have, besides the land area that they can attack from any direction. So if you need to defend yourself, you need to know from what direction. So your raiders can direct to be. They need to be directed to that direction. but with a nuclear submarine capabilities, with airplane capabilities, they can attack with multiple angles, with multiple areas, and with decoys. Don't forget, they can attack with decoys. It's even one nuclear bomb or two can make a hell of a damage. So this is what I want to say.
Hey, just real quick, isn't there video evidence of some of those missile hits in Israel maneuvering right before they hit?
A lot of evidence.
So
Recently,
I mean, there's your evidence right there. I mean, they obviously can change course slightly and try to make the missiles miss.
Yeah, and they are not even that advanced compared to the Russians. They're not even that advanced. And let's hypothetically say that Russia don't have a large number of hypersonic. You think like 10 hypersonic missile or 5 is not enough? One hypersonic missile can have multiple warheads. Those multiple warheads, if you attack one warhead for one city, it will be fucked up. You will kill in millions.
Okay,
let me see. As I said,
let me just make simple analyze to what you just say right now. It might be easier.
It's Gabriel. No, wait. No. It's Gabriel before you. Go, Gabriel.
Yeah, can I go? No, yeah. This discussion is going kind of in circles, but we're not gonna agree on like completely opposing points of view. Like if you think no, everything is fine and we're gonna win and whatever, it's gonna be a sterile conversation. But we can like get into the weeds of what we're actually talking about. And yeah, like Nika very well said, Israel, the True Promise 2, the attack Iran did on Israel, is an excellent example of how a salvo of missiles can interact with like the best defended airspace on Earth, you know? Because Israel has the highest Western technology in air defense, and it has the smallest strategic depth. Like it's a tiny space to defend. You don't have that much area you need to cover. So it's the most concentrated air defense in the world. And like the Western countries, the NATO doctrine has never like fully developed its concept of air defense. It's not a highly regarded area because they've been the past 30, 40 years like focusing on conflicts without any risk from airstrikes. So it's not their best, it's not their sharpest area, so to speak. And so yeah, you can see that in Israel. The missiles were raining down like hellfire. It was a completely apocalyptic vision. Like they must have stopped like maybe 10% of the missiles, maybe 20, but it was like a. And you can see on the other hand the difference with when they striked Iran, that you couldn't see any, you know, like there was hardly any footage of impact. And so that tells you perfectly clearly like what's the level. That's like a capsule. That's a fractal representation of what are the long range capabilities of each side in this global conflict. So keep that in mind and cope however you can best. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just say this to respond back to both of you. It will be much easier to intercept hypersonic missile than a ballistic missile.
No.
Why? Why? Let me explain. Okay.
Because math is super hard.
First, you see, in hypersonic missile travels so fast that the tip nose is gonna be so hot so much that a slight air destruction would destroy it. Just slight air destruction. I mean, how would they say it? Noise can destroy it. Okay, because the nose will be so hot, right? See, ballistic missile travel with like just like we're talking about what about Shahid suicide drone? The way it travel, how is a little bit more difficult for them to shoot it down because the speed, if you have traveled less than a Mach 2, it can easily maneuver. Okay, and the other thing is that all these bombs, they are what do you call it? Rocket, not jets. So since they are rocket, they are internal. All the fuel and oxygen is internal. So it's more difficult for those to intercept ballistic missile because it can maneuver. Like all those jets, reason why they can easily shut the jet down because all you have to do is just find something, throw into the engine or mess a little bit with the engine. It suck anything in, it destroy. But when it comes to rockets, nothing to suck in. You only push out, nothing to suck in. Because nothing to suck in, it make it a little bit difficult. Okay? And the second thing that they travel legs.
Okay. You're not making any sense. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, fine. Let's move on. We don't agree on hypersonics. John, and then Wayne.
For John. Hi, John.
What's going on, brothers? And by the way, it's Shabbos Goy. Stop saying my real name. I just wanted to say I think the main thing to be talking about is how the current situation in the United States politically, because you got these shifting administrations, which is you got the outgoing deep state, right, and Trump coming in. And that's causing tremendous turmoil in the United States political system and the deep state. So the way the United States will behave, it's when I say the United States, I mean the outgoing administration. It's very, very hard to know because these are people that are looking at losing everything. So they're going to try and, pull a rabbit out of the hat, do something to mess up Trump, anything. And a lot of these people, believe it or not, and you've seen the TikTok videos, a lot of these people are legitimately psychotic. And they're morons, and they're not long-term thinkers. So I wouldn't underestimate how, what kind of crazy scheme they could come up with. I mean, you got to really think these are people that know that many of them are going to go to fucking jail if Trump is allowed to ascend to power. So who knows what they're capable of? I mean, what would you do if you were thinking about going to a federal pound me in the ass penitentiary? I mean, I know Wayne would get off on it, but most of us would be terrified. But I mean, the point is that's what people really need to think about is what can this outgoing administration do instead of like going on about what a hypersonic and a supersonic and a ballistic can do. Think about what kind of decisions these people can make before they leave office and how they'll try to change the geopolitical landscape to suit their needs. End of rant.
That's exactly what Mike was saying just now, right? Mike was saying that those people are crazy. They're gonna like do crazy shit, just to do some internal political shit for Trump to fix. So that's what Mike was saying just now. Actually, I don't know why we go into the details of hypersonic. It's like what the fuck, yeah?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm sorry, I didn't say who was next.
Okay, now it's Wayne's turn.
Actually, that was me, I think. And I have to go quick soon. So. Guys, a couple points. One, I don't think you realize exactly how irrelevant the United States is becoming outside of the United States. I mean, a lot of you guys live in the U.S. or I should say a number of you do, and you have very U.S.-centric views. From outside, quite frankly, what's going on looks like Banana Republic time to us. But that's beside the point. Let's switch to something maybe a little bit more kinetic. What do you guys think of the 2024 Ukrainian strategic bombing campaign? I've been quite entertained by all the explosions myself. And
I have no idea what you're talking about, so please enlighten us.
Oh, come on. You've seen
I mean, you're talking about the random drone attacks with the basically the old Cessnas or the IL-2s. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but that's,
is that what you're talking about?
Are you referring to the bridge that they bombed? That's the only thing I saw them bomb was a bridge.
Hey, no, they've been strapping bombs onto Cessnas, as Vaughn said, and flying them all over the place. They've been crashing into all sorts of interesting
Yeah,
targets.
Russia is crumbling now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but those
you are
are
right.
pretty scattered, Wayne. And again, they're ineffective. It's like, and the ones that have been effective are ones that are kind of dangerous, like the one they flew into the radar. That's like for detecting strategic launches, and had nothing to
That's
do
not
with the
dangerous.
Ukraine war.
That was a smart
Vaughn,
move.
you don't
Yeah,
see
that's
Russian
real smart. You
are
know, take away
crumbling?
someone's eyes so they don't get nervous and shoot a nuke.
Russian are
You know?
crumbling now and they're crying. Everything in Russia is stopped because of it. Yeah, they're crippled and they cannot even
Yeah, I mean,
move.
I don't think those have
Come
done anything
on.
other than just made
Come
Russia
on,
look like
Wayne.
they need to add more air defense.
Even coming from you, you need to be like, yeah, be more
The thing I
realistic.
can say about it is nice try from Ukraine. It's actually making some damage. They are allowed to make some damage, but Russia is just too big, and Ukraine doesn't have enough to do proper damage. But they are able to hit, even with the cheap ass Cessna full of bombs. They are very well able to hit Pazi air defense and all that shit. So
I
actually,
mean,
my
think about
concern
it,
is
Wayne.
more is Russia actually more lacking in their defense system inside the country, comparing to Ukraine being very smart, because actually the type of weapons you're using is slow, but yeah, they're managing to hit things and they're managing to make big damage, but it's not as big for a country like Russia. I think the Russians.
Well, I mean, think about it. Hey, Wayne, think about it. Instead of sending these random planes into Russia, why don't you hit like 50 ammo depots in the Donetsk cross front and help the motherfuckers out?
It's not.
You
It's
know,
not
I mean,
hitting.
why don't you
It's not
do
hitting.
something useful with them instead of
Wayne.
blowing up like an empty depot or some old RPGs?
Vaughn,
Like
listen.
They've been taking out military production sites, fuel production sites.
I mean, but
Sort of
hitting
thing
a
that you
fuel
need to do
production
in a war
site
machine.
in Russia's got to be pointless unless you're going to hit 50 in a night or 50 in a week. That's my point. You know, they hit something, but it's not enough to do anything. I mean, oh, they blew up a depot. So what? Oh, my platoon didn't get ammo for a whole day because they had to get it from somewhere else. I mean, literally, it's like if they're going to do something, they got to hit massive amounts of targets, and they probably should focus in one area to actually hurt something instead of trying to do tit for tat, you know, random shit.
So we have a new guy, Winter Apple. Please introduce yourself. You're muted.
Is that the green or red apple and winter apple? I don't know.
Right. I made the obvious first mistake. Hello. So I'm from the U.S. Been following Wyatt since day one of the war, or whenever you started, really. Yeah. My background is in computers or economics, kind of go back and forth. I follow the war mainly for its economical impact. And it's really interesting to listen to you guys talk from all sides of the world. Singapore, like I don't understand Singapore politics, and it's really interesting to hear the U.S. side of the Singapore politics. Or Shadowy, where's he? He was on earlier, France, and you've got all these opinions, and it's like I don't have that background. Belgium, yes. So that's my background. And are we talking about
the lesser France?
Are we talking about the Biden's initiation of the long-range strikes?
The implications of it.
Yeah. So
I was wondering shit they might do.
I was wondering like which targets they go for, and so with all the other weapons they've had, usually they announce like, oh, we've given F-16s. Well, they already have the F-16s in Ukraine. They're already ready to go. The pilot's already trained. Whatever it was, ATACMS, what you name it. The announcement comes when it's ready. So the question is, are they going to strike today, tomorrow, or like I see the strike happening very soon from that announcement. And then the question is, what do they strike? And as you guys said before, like military targets, like I don't know if there's any military targets that matter. Vaughn was talking about this. And so I think they're going to go for oil refineries and hit the economic base of Russia, sorry. There were some diesel shortages. I don't know if you guys heard about that in Russia when the drones took out an oil refinery before. there's another YouTube channel called War in Ukraine. He's a Ukrainian guy who makes similar style videos since day one of the war. And he's more of an economical guy. He doesn't have that many viewers anymore, but he was talking about the diesel shortage and how it affected the Russian citizens. So I'll wrap up in a second, but I think they're going to go for oil refineries. That's my take. It's an easy target. There's only like one critical part of an oil refinery that's easy to damage and hard to replace. So they're going to go for that. And if you have to send 3 missiles to destroy that one target, you can hit 3 or 4 oil refineries and have a huge impact on internal Russian consumption. So that's what
I do. Just real quick, I do remember there was a story, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but I remember them mentioning that civilians were having trouble getting diesel in Russia for a little bit.
Yeah, so I think there was one strike on an internal refinery and there was some shortages and they prevented exports. And so if that's what they're going for, I'll throw to.
I'll have to fact check Winter. I want to fact check Winter Apple. DPA is the only one that started from day one. No one else started from day one.
I've heard that, and I think this. Are you sure? Do you know who this guy is? Oh, War in Ukraine.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so
he's one of the OGs. So there's 3 OGs. Generally speaking, there is a military summary, DPA, and War in Ukraine. But only DPA started from day one.
Okay.
Then after that, people are inspired by us, and then they just started to do their own shit. Yeah, and they earn a lot more money than me. So that's not cool. War in Ukraine, the problem is that his video is really boring. So I think that's the main problem. Yeah.
And they don't cover daily updates anymore. So
about the refineries, if I could say, about the refineries, you don't destroy a whole refinery with the bomb. You can destroy a part of a refinery because refineries are huge, especially the ones in Russia. They are very, very big. And because they are still, many of them, not all, are still from the Soviet time, especially the ones near to in European Russia. They are huge, so you can't just destroy a part of the refinery, the rest of the refinery will keep working. And actually, because it's such a low technological equipment they have there, they can actually repair them quite soon, quite fast. So that's what the Ukrainians have been doing. The Ukrainians have been being heated on their refineries, and they can all the time bring some to production again. So it's the refinery in terms of Soviet technology, it's not so bad. We are not talking about refineries in the US or in Europe. They are extremely high technological. So if you hit the coordination center, everything stops working. These refineries exist in Russia, of course, but they are more to the east, and this is too hard for them to target. And also the refineries, it's like we are talking about dozens and dozens of refineries in Russia. What you could have, it's like some supply problem, especially in the winter when you couldn't be moving trains or tanks, car tanks very fast. But it is a mess. It is disturbing, but it is not something that Ukraine, because they have been trying, and things have been being reconstructed and being brought back to production, and the refineries on the east are being at this moment enlarged considerably. Yes, for many reasons, not just to increment the supply security inside of Russia, but also because the Vladivostok port is becoming one of the most important ports for Russia for supplying the country. So this is what I would say about refineries. I think the Ukrainians have a lot of things they can hit that would make more difference in terms of war, which should be industrial production, military industrial production, and repairs. Well, these are smaller, much smaller industrial areas, targeting something like what you called it, where steel is produced, for instance. That would hit Russia quite badly, and other things like that. But in general terms, the refineries is an ecocide. It's just an ecocide. It's dirty. It's produced a lot of pollution. It's actually very stupid from both sides to being targeting something so polluting like CO2, and it is also quite hypocrite hypocritical from European Union or from the West that goes, oh, talking about climate change all the time, and each time you burn a deposit of oil or you heat a refinery, you burn so many thousands of liters of petrol products that it's incredible. So this war, if whenever the Europeans think this war is legit, if they think that saving the planet, like they say all the time, is more legit, then they are really hypocrites. I don't know if Subuskay or Nika. Nika, you are the one? No. Oh, so, then Shabuskay.
Yeah,
Boy.
it's me.
No, Nika.
Yeah.
Whoever goes first, please.
So there is an echo. I don't know from where it's coming.
It's going to be from Ross. Yeah.
It's not me.
So yeah, there is an echo, but it disappeared. It's coming back. But I wanted to say that.
It's Prata. It's you.
Yeah, I wanted to say there is one thing I'm concerned of before even thinking of the effect of the missiles, the effects of the attacks and stuff. I want to pay. You guys need to pay attention of this. The real actual red lines of the Russians, when they crossed, the Russian always responded. And there is no proof more than the war on Ukraine itself. So, Putin and all the officials,
Statement.
all the officials said if Ukraine attacked with missiles provided from the West, long-range missiles provided from the West, they will attack the West itself because it will be the West attacking Russia, and this will be like very, very, very dangerous. Even before even thinking about the damage that can happen from those, because personally I don't think they will be enough number wise to hit what's happening to hit Russian. First of all, they don't have the numbers. Don't forget, Russia kept hitting Ukraine multiple times with much more larger quantities, and Ukraine is not like surrendering. Second of all, the defense system in Russia is not depleted as in Ukraine or on the West. So the probability of hitting a lot of those missiles are very large. So all these things with the number of targets, the huge area of targets, the fact that the Soviet facilities are very hard to damage, and the redundancy in all the Russian the redundancy of the facilities. So all of those factors in the damage that can be done is very, very little. But what I'm concerned of is the response to the West, not to the Ukraine. Ukraine, they can hit it anytime, anyhow, without any problem. But the response to the West, because they are the ones who are hitting Russian. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Can I go?
Yeah.
Well, if somebody wants to go, I'll go. Real quick. About all this whole conversation about the permission to strike into Russia, like what Nika says is totally true. Every time Russia puts a red line, it responds 100%, and the only times it doesn't respond is when it's a made up red line by the West. They say, "Oh, it's a red line to send tanks," and then they send tanks, and "Oh, see, Russia didn't do anything," but it was their own. It was all in their own mind, you know. It didn't. So, like, yeah, the SMO is definitely a proof of what Russia does when they cross a red line, and I think it's often overlooked the importance that that the diplomatic game has in all of this, especially like in the Russian decision makings, because the West has the narrative, because they have the whole media complex worldwide, but it's not watertight. So Russia has been playing at this game of like taking the hits long enough as to justify its response. That's been a consistent strategy I see like since before the SMO and during this, like when they started using cluster weapons, how they started massively, and it gives them the space, it gives them like the diplomatic cover to be able to escalate. Every time the West escalates, Russia has the diplomatic cover to go to the global South, to the global majority, and say, look, see, we have to do this because they're forcing us, they're forcing our hand. We don't want to do this, but they're forcing our hand, so now we can do this. So like maybe it's part of the strategy like of US wrapping up, like to escalate it, and so then Russia has an excuse to respond, and Trump, like, because many people are talking about how Biden wants to tie Trump into the war by escalating, but I think that it doesn't really work like that because his base is like pretty much 100% against the war. So like whatever bullshit Biden pulls out of his ass right now to escalate before the end of his term, Trump can easily just roll it back, and he can even use it as an excuse to like cut Ukraine dry and say, okay, fuck it, this thing went nuts, it's good enough, bye bye. And so Russia gets the permission to escalate, and Trump gets the permission to pull out and leave them dry. So yeah.
I mean, I think that just real quick on the red line thing, everyone thinks it's going to be some overt thing. The Russians can do all kinds of stuff, like Prada said earlier, sabotage and stuff like that, to get to retaliate without really tipping their hand and escalate. I mean, it's escalating, but they're not like trying to escalate. They're just, and think about it, a mysterious fire at a port, a train derailment. You've heard about the ammo plant fires and stuff. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff they can do without tipping their hand before they have to really like get hardcore.
Yeah, you are right, Van. You're right with what you just said there, because that's what I was saying earlier. And let me just say two things quickly, right? First, I would say right now, this missile is going to be creeping in. It's going to be like they're going to creep this attack missile into Russia. First, they start by attack all the energy, refinery, power plant. That's where they're going to go from, right? They're going to say, well, since Ukraine, Russia attack the Ukraine, then refinery, they attack back, right? That's what they're going to say, right? So they attack energy, refinery. There's some refinery in far north of Russia. They're going to start attacking all those refinery, right? But I said something earlier. I say they're going to creep into the Russia, and Russia going to strike back. I said something about Hutus. Russia are going to use Hutus to target U.S. navies, because that's where they can have a concentrate of U.S. personnel together in one spot. Okay, so when Hutus, they give them the coordination, missile, everything, just help them launch it. This will become a disaster for the world.
That's a red line. That's a red line.
This is exactly United States.
That's a big red line.
That's too much, because then they can trace the missile back to Russia. There's a whole bunch of things they can do that you'd never know about, or you could just assume they did it, but you couldn't prove it. I mean, think about it. A Russian cargo ship could suddenly get a busted rudder and get stuck in the fucking Suez Canal for a week. I mean, was it on purpose? Was it accident? I don't know. I mean, think about it. A Russian ship could, if they know where there's undersea cables, maybe they drop their anchor and drag it across the cables and fuck one up, and then oops. And it doesn't even have to be a Russian ship. It could be a ship that's owned by fucking 20 different companies. I mean, hell, somebody drove a fucking ship into a damn bridge in Baltimore and collapsed it. I mean, there's all kinds of shit you could do that, maybe it was the Russians, and plus think about it. Here in the States, every time something bad happens, fucking Putin. So even if something happens and they say, oh, it was the Russians, but half the people are going to be like, oh, here we go again, Russia.
Sorry,
So, I mean, there's a
Vaughn,
lot
I
to
don't mean
do
to cut
before
you
you'd
off.
ever
Sorry,
have to do
Vaughn.
anything dangerous or
Yeah, what I
expose
was
yourself to further retaliation. You could just fuck around behind the scenes.
Yeah, what I was saying is this, Van. You see, the way this game are going right now, because all those attacks they are giving to the Ukraine, it's not going to be operated by Ukraine. It's going to be operated by United American personnel. Okay, so now is they going to say eye for eye? How they're going to say is that they didn't fire the weapon? Is a Hutu fire the weapon? Okay, they're going to put it on Hutus. That is how the game is going, and things is getting dangerous every second as time go by, and people don't pay attention because we are talking here. That's why we are start to factor the error out, what can come in the future, because we don't talk about it. If it happen, they say, "Oh wow, well, why don't you say that earlier?" You know, we talk about it, then we start to let all those politicians that their mind might not understand what might be the consequence of the action in the future, so they could start thinking about it too. What we're saying, yeah, we would say something stupid or something crazy, but out of craziness, it can make sense out of it. I love this country. I love United States, but I don't want the leaders to make stupid things. They're gonna create disaster for us. We have to find way to let them understand the consequences of the action they are doing, not by crazy thing. We have to sit talking. And the way we talk here, the way maybe some of them could hear it. They could understand. Right now,
Hey man, think about it. You still got like 40 some days of the people making the worst decisions for the last 2.5 years in charge. There's nothing you can do about it till the new administration goes in.
They're gonna destroy everything for Trump, because when everybody's a hanger now, they're not gonna. America will be the hanger. If anything happens to U.S. Navy now or U.S. personnel, America will be hanger. They're not gonna take a settlement anymore, and that is exactly what they want. They don't want how to solve the war anymore. Everybody's gonna be hungry. Trump can't do anything anymore. All the Trump supporters that we think they don't want war, they won't care anymore. Because
yeah, but Russia doesn't have to take the bait, and even if they want to get even, there's other ways to do it. That's my point. They don't. I mean, just because it's dangerous doesn't mean it has to get out of hand. It just depends on how it's played. I mean, the side that poses the most risk is the Biden administration. You know, Putin's calculated. I mean, like I said, you know, he can absorb a hit. He can take a certain amount of damage or strikes if it's not something catastrophic or involves a bunch of civilians. And if they want to do something, they can do shit behind the scenes that causes the NATO people problems. That's what he wants to do. That's who he's going after anyways. I mean, you know, but there's nothing you can do about it right now. The current administration's in charge. They make these decisions. They're, all Trump could do is, hey, maybe he can call Putin and say, hey, dude, try not to fucking overreact. Don't take the bait. Wait till I get there. We'll talk. But,
yeah,
the other side is trying to do whatever they can to provoke shit. So,
Van, this is exactly what Van, they are setting Trump up right now, because I know that Trump would say, "Oh, Putin don't say." If Trump call Putin right now, it's going to be another disaster for him. They're going to find.
Can I say something?
You see something about U.S. election right now. This is what I've noticed about the election. Right after the Democrat first going to angry. Oh, they blame themselves. Later they will start find. Oh, it's a Russian that causing it. Okay, they will start find. Now they are looking for excuse right now. After they already blamed themselves, now they are looking for excuse to tie everything into Russia. Okay, the blame game is done.
But a lot of people know that. The Russians know that. Trump knows that. A lot of people are aware of the game going on. So,
can I say something?
Come on.
Can I say something? Hey, Prata, Boss de Povo wanted to speak. Boss, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to ask something. Have you guys talked about?
I didn't try to speak, so I was just listening. Whatever could I say about this? I think we are going around repeating ourselves. 1 hour ago, we already said all of these.
Let Boss speak.
Boss.
Yeah. I just want. There's echo. Yeah, I just want to know if you guys talk about Trump and his new cabinet.
Not really.
Yeah,
No, not really.
That's the subject I want to bring up if you guys are
Let's
ready.
do that. Yeah.
Fine
Okay,
with me.
let me say something real short and then go on with Trump's, because it's also a segue to that. That we've seen like all this massive, like for 4 years or maybe 8 years or maybe 12 years, we've been seeing these massive media attacks against Trump and all sorts of shit going on about like, oh, how he's Hitler and how he's fascists and blah 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 blah. and right now, what we see clearly, like through the media narrative, is that they're definitely trying to frame Trump and tie him, like bog him down into the Ukraine conflict. A bunch of articles in all these reputed media outlets about how Trump talked to Putin and gave him a stern warning and a bunch of shit like that, and about his supposed strategy and like anonymous sources telling us what Trump plans to do and all that. And it's all just a ruse to try to tie him up on the issue. But it's not going to work because like the level, especially the Trump's support base, is completely, totally, and utterly disenchanted and antagonistic to the mainstream media. So like what they're doing, it's like the death throes of a drowning mammoth. It's drowning in a pitch lake, you know, like in a they're drowning in slow motion, and they're moving around.
A tar pit.
Yeah, a tar pit, exactly. They're drowning in slow motion, and they're moving around trying to gain some attention, and it's not there. Like they don't, they're laying off massively. They're going into emergency sales, you know, like they're done. So like whatever they're trying to do right now to frame Trump and to tie him down, it seems to me from over here, it seems like super useless and just desperation and panic because they're losing all relevance and people aren't giving them attention, and it's their lifeblood. So like if people don't give them attention, they're as good as dead. And yeah, to tie on to the cabinet of Trump, like the guys he's picking are like contrary to the last time. Yeah, there's some Zionists, there's some neocons, but the difference is that this time they're like all 100% loyal to him, and so he's got pretty much like the cat in the bag, so to speak. So go on, whoever wants to go next. I think it's Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, you know, the cabinet and you know, Trump's base is obviously anti-Ukraine. They're looking to wrap it up, and I mean, you got to look at the players on both sides. I mean, you got Lavrov and Putin and serious diplomats, and then you've got, you know, Blinken and Schultz and von der Leyen and all these clowns. You know, like I said, I mean, barring some catastrophic event, I think that it's been communicated to Putin, and they're probably adult enough to realize that there's going to be some provocations, and they just need to keep their powder dry and wait for the next administration and the adults that they might have a chance to work with take the jobs. Because, I mean, these are the same people they've been fucking with for the last 2.5 years. You know, now in the last, 60 days, they're going to try and pull some nonsense and bullshit and provoke them or accuse them of all kinds of wild shit. You know, I mean, those guys seem pretty measured throughout the war. And I would think that, you know, like I said, barring some catastrophic attack that's horrific that the whole world would demand retaliation for, I think they'll just wait till Trump gets in and see what they can work out. I mean, I don't know if they'll make a peace deal, but, you know, it'll definitely back down from this nuclear bullshit. And obviously the war will have to wrap up because funding will get cut off. Weapons are not available anymore. Go ahead.
I'm just going to interrupt. I'll go. So I think J.D. Vance and like Tulsi Gabbard's really interesting for the cabinet for Secretary of Intel or Director of Intelligence. But I was listening to J.D. Vance talk about the Ukraine and how he's going to wrap it up. And the thing that stuck me as the most profound was that he doesn't really understand the conflict, or at least in the interview, he wasn't pretending to. And like Trump, obviously, he'll come in brash, but like I don't think Trump actually understands why Russia invaded, and he's relying on the people that work for him, and they're better this time. But I don't think Trump himself understands why Russia invaded. So you have Trump might want peace, but he might not understand the dynamics that you have. Like on Russia's side, you have Putin and Lavrov, who are really skilled diplomats, and they really understand how America works and how to play the game. And I think on the US side, even though we want to wrap it up, and I think they're loyal to Trump, I just think that they don't have the background that you would expect someone in these positions to have, and they are inexperienced. And that is like the pro, that's the benefit, but I think they are inexperienced in their ability to negotiate like an actual advantaged position. And that's where I worry Trump might escalate to get a good negotiation. And that's not going to work anymore. That's like that ship has sailed a long time ago.
I think there's actual times where Trump has spoken about the lies at Minsk 1 and 2. So I think he might be somewhat aware. Like maybe not totally aware, but he understands that it's not a cut and dry situation like NATO in the West makes it out to be.
So yes,
I think he has spoken about that before.
But I
let
think
me just say something quickly. Sorry, I would say Trump is kind of understand the war, even than the way I'm looking at it. Trump understand the situation than most of his cabinet understand the reason why the war is. But the part is that right now, like you say, the ship is already on sail, so things is going ugly right now. And Trump, the only way they could solve this war right now is to throw Ukraine on that bus.
So
only one solution.
There's some middle ground.
Used to solve the war is to throw Ukraine on that bus. Without it, no other option.
Well, you could just demilitarize Ukraine. I mean, Russia would accept that immediately.
So the problem in the West and with Trump's cabinet and stuff is I don't think they're close enough to what Russia is willing to settle for. So even if, let's say, Trump has complete control of, and I like Trump, okay? But he doesn't walk on water, okay? So if he came in and offered them, freeze the conflict, we recognize 100% of what you have today, that's not enough. That is not enough for Russia. They need all of Kherson, they need all of Zaporozhye. And realistically, I think for Ukraine has two red lines, believe it or not. I really do think they have to keep Kiev and the surrounding area. They have to keep Kharkov or Kharkiv or whatever you want to call it. Kharkov they absolutely cannot exist without Kharkov. I think there needs to be talk about, is it Nikopol, where the big shipyard is?
Nikopol.
Nikopol and Dnipro. Both of those, I think Russia would be game for if they became demilitarized with essentially Russian peacekeepers and then a vote on what country they go to in 5, 7, 10 years. Ukraine will not even begin to talk about Kharkov. They can't exist without it. Russia would really like to have it, but they don't have to have Kharkov. Russia has to have all of Kherson, all of Zaporozhye, all of Donetsk, all of Luhansk. Forget about Sevastopol and all of that. Odessa, I really think Russia would be 100% satisfied if Odessa, possibly even just the city of Odessa, not the entire oblast, was essentially broken off into a completely autonomous, or basically Danzig. Recreate Danzig out of Odessa. And yes, with that Danzig, we understand that in 25 years, we go for the second war. But I really think that's for Russia, that's a win. If Ukraine can keep Kiev, Lviv, Kharkov, and you could work out something where the Dnieper River, just like the Danube, is international waters. Ukraine would not be, it would be landlocked like Hungary or Serbia. It's landlocked, but it still has international shipping potential. And we have to get like this. There's somewhere in between here where there is the possibility for Ukraine to continue to survive as a legitimate state actor, Russia to get what they want, and the U.S. to save a little bit of face. But what someone brought up about Trump escalating, my worry with that is if he escalates, then he owns it. So as soon as he has some ownership of this war, will he back down? That's sorry for running long.
I mean, I don't agree with that. I think with where they're at in the war right now, Trump can't really offer much of anything, because what I think Trump could offer that Russia would accept, Russia could just wait another 6 months to a year and get it anyway. Because realistically, there's not going to be any more Ukrainian army left every day that this goes on. And he doesn't want to start a new war, so why would he escalate and start the war? Let me finish. I'm just saying, Kharkov would have to be gone. Realistically, I would think probably almost everything east of the Dnieper. Maybe Kiev can stay an open city. You know, as far as Odessa goes, they already said that's a Russian city. And like I've said before, they don't need to do an amphibious assault. They just need to kill every Ukrainian between the Dnieper River and Odessa. And someday they'll just drive there and walk right into the city. Whether that's in 6 months or a year, you know, because Trump's not, he's even stated himself that Russia's success on the ground, what they're doing, their capabilities, we will be negotiating from a position of weakness. He's talked about how they're going to have to probably give up land. And realistically, Russia can look at him and say, hey, he doesn't want to start a new war. Is he going to escalate? If I'm the Russians, I take the gamble that he doesn't. And I just keep, either you give me what I want, which is a land bridge to Transnistria, Odessa, and all the security arrangements, neutral Ukraine, no NATO, maybe, you know, say all the missile stuff goes back to the 97 lines or whatever. Or you just keep the war going for another year and take it all and enforce your will.
Let me ask everybody. If let's just say this is World War I, World War II. Okay, Ukraine declares unconditional surrender. What does Russia take? They're not. I really don't know that they're much more ambitious than about 6 oblasts, Odessa being a free city, and in Russia, for Russia, I think they would be very interested in Ukraine, essentially around Kiev, basically being like another Belarus, and then a Western district as a separate country that frankly could join NATO. Who cares? But you're going to have essentially Kiev and 4 oblasts around it that are going to be essentially Belarus 2.0.
Sorry for cutting you off. I like what you say, but I just want to say something quickly, right? See, if Ukraine lost Odessa Oblast, that's the end of Ukraine. No more Ukraine country, period. That's it. No more. Okay? Because they will become a landlocked. And if they are landlocked, their life is going to be worse for them. So now that's one thing they cannot afford to lose. They could lose Kharkiv, they could lose any other city, but they cannot afford to lose Odessa, because being landlocked. See what this country, all this country around they are going through. If you are landlocked, you finish. That's it. They
but Russia can just wait until there's no Ukrainians left to stop them.
With that,
that's my
Russia's
point.
losing a lot of people. I mean, this is a fairly Russian favoring.
But how many people are you talking about here?
Okay, so let's. You want to throw numbers out there? I think we can safely say Ukraine has at least 600,000 dead, or let's call them combat ineffective. They're never fighting again. They're captured, they're killed, or they're missing limbs. With that, you can be as pro-Russian as you want, and I am basically pro-Russian. 200,000.
Now that's too much.
No, 3 to 1. 3 to 1, I think, is very optimistic.
Yeah,
That's a lot of people.
I'd
would say
be
it's
willing to
1 to
go.
1.
I'd be willing to go maybe 70 to 80,000 KIA and
Yeah.
150,000 wounded.
Yeah.
It's still a costly conflict for Russia.
Oh, yeah.
I
agree,
it
but I
is,
mean-
but it is costly. But
I mean, it's
the
anecdotal
way people say, it's like 2 to 1 or 3 to 1. 3 to 1 is too much for Russia. Trust me, it's not that like that. It's not, because there is this media zone.
Like the other day, there was a transfer of bodies, and
the
Russians received 36 dead Russians. They gave the Ukrainians like 560 dead Ukrainians.
You see?
And there's been numerous reports of the Ukrainians talking about being up against 7 to 1 odds, 10 to 1 odds.
If Ukraine had like 100 dead bodies, they would love to show that to Russia.
I would say
The only-
it's 1 to 1.
the only
period.
reason they get.
I mean, and the other, like Boz is saying, the other thing is when they make these ridiculously large claims about Russian dead, you know, it's not real hard to show a satellite photo of a field full of dead Russians from a human wave, and they never do. They don't show. I mean, the claims they make can be easily verified with drone footage or satellite imagery, and it's not like we have to see it like zoomed up like a CIA guy sees it. They just need to show you and say, hey, look, I mean, we saw videos and pictures of dead Wagner stormtroopers and infiltrator groups that got caught. You know, 20, 30 guys hiding in the trench get caught trying to sneak in. You know, they verified that. You know, you claim you killed 1,000 Russians in some place. Show me the picture. I mean, I remember when the war started, they claimed they shot down an IL-76 full of paratroopers. Never saw a video of a crash site. Never saw a satellite video of a big cut into a cornfield. But hey, when that POW plane got shot down, I saw videos of that. So I'm just saying, I mean, I don't think the casualty claims the Russian losses, you know, just don't add up because it's easily provable.
Okay,
Before I go, I want to say something. Before I go, guys, I want to say something sooner or later. This is my today's Michael. I would say sooner or later, Zelenskyy gonna be singing this song. Say, "Don't cry for me, Ukraine." Good night. See you guys. Bye.
So Mike just left,
sorry,
but
John.
I wanted
come on. Let's go back to Trump. Come on, guys. Let's go back to Trump.
Yeah, but I will go.
But I wanna make I wanna say something. I've been waiting.
He also longer.
Come on. I'm the one who bring up this topic.
Seasons papers, though.
Okay, Von, go.
It's me, okay. So Mike left, but I just wanted to contradict him. A country being landlocked is not necessarily the end of the country. You know, Belarus, for instance, is landlocked and it's prospering quite okay because they have obviously access. Yeah, but they have access to ports, and Western Ukraine has closer ports in Poland than Odessa. You know, so if Western Ukraine stays, the rump Ukraine, they will have access. Obviously, not own ports, but this would not be the finishing blow. Regarding,
before you continue, do you really think Poland is gonna give the sea to Ukraine without?
No, not gonna give. They will let the Ukrainians pay for the port services.
But the thing is, these people, they need Ukraine because of East Ukraine. If Ukraine lose all the Eastern, they're not gonna need them. For what? What they're gonna give them back?
So you've got the Dniester, and I really think the Dnieper could be essentially, look at the Danube. The Danube connects 7 European capitals. The Danube is the sea, basically, for Austria, Hungary, Czech Republic, Serbia. Romania has plenty of port access, but the Dnieper could be legitimate shipping routes. And the Dniester is a lot smaller, but it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. And look at Ukraine's allies. What do they want? Oh, you want to ship your grain by rail out of Gdansk, Poland. You want to ship your grain out of Constanta, Romania. Okay. Romania is more than happy to make some money off shipment. Poland is happy to make money off some shipment. Okay. Ukraine loses. But any way you cut this, I think we know Ukraine loses and no one cares.
Yeah, I agree.
All these countries
I
around
agree,
Ukraine,
but
they just want a bit of land.
If well, the worst case for Ukraine obviously would be that they lose everything east of the Dnieper and some parts south of the in the west of the Dnieper, so Odessa and Nikolaev. So they lose most of their fertile land, you know. So the exports of grain is not a big issue after that, you know. So, but still, access to ports is obviously relevant for import and export. Still, I think there will be some modus vivendi with the Russians or with Polish guys. However, this will end. Even the possibility is obviously that the Russians don't go west of the Dnieper. But regarding going back to Trump, I would like to discuss. I have heard some parts of the discussions up to now that you did. Long range strikes into Russia. I have not heard if you have discussed possible Russian answers to the West, because Russia has not had some real red lines, although the Western press has talked a lot about Russian red lines and how easily they have been crossed. But as far as I remember, there was one red line that before the war, Russia basically gave an ultimatum to NATO. If they don't agree on a common security in Europe, there will be something happening. And after that, something happened because they did not agree on anything. And this is basically the second red line that Russia has officially declared. They made a statement in their government.
Saw a drone from the balcony, and
who is that?
Sorry, my bad.
So they did explicitly. They did explicitly tell that there will be some repercussions. For whom I don't know. Probably Russia will give weapons to some allies or some Western enemies in the Middle East or wherever, or will there be direct strikes on Western targets? What do you think?
So I mean, I'll answer you. In my opinion, there's a lot of Western targets in Ukraine that they have not been hitting. Okay, so I don't see Russia, shooting missiles into Poland, Czech Republic, Lithuania, whatever. But what I do see is they know there's MI5 intelligence base here. There's NATO officers that are actually targeting the missiles, and they went after them a couple times, but they've not gone hard after American Western assets in Ukraine. They seem to have been careful about that, I think. Now, I could be misreading that. I think Russia would be very measured, and I think they would go hard after anything Western in Ukraine. But also, you do have American bases in Syria, and those are fairly vulnerable without risking escalating even further from Russia. That's an answer, not a, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think there's a lot of things Russia could do kind of covertly or in other places that would allow them to get revenge or settle that score without escalating directly in like Ukraine with NATO. So
yeah,
I agree with that.
Let me just say that the balance of power is pretty clear, but it's getting clearer throughout time. Like we see the capacity of response that Russia has towards every escalation, and we see how the Western countries scramble to find ways to respond to that. So it's like every escalation that the West does is sort of a move from desperation. Like we have no plan, so like we're throwing things against the wall and see what sticks. That's kind of like the vibe that we can observe from here. Like I don't know, maybe they have a master plan and it's all a super 15G dimensional chess, but at least if you listen to them speak, the officials, the NATO officials, the officials of every NATO country, and they're pretty much like lousy thinkers. They're not very smart. And to respond to what Buo was saying about like the Trump cabinet not knowing about the situation in Ukraine, like RFK has been RFK, Robert. Yeah, Bobby Kennedy has been pretty clear. Like he stated out pretty much like spot on what the whole history of the story is, like even historically way back to the Cold War. And that's him. As Vaughn said, Trump had mentioned about the Minsk agreements as being a fraud, and so like, and JD Vance has also been pretty like, he hasn't elaborated too deeply, but he has been like, what he said has been pretty spot on. So like, I think there's a pretty good idea of what the situation is. And like, there's always this discussion about like, what is Russia gonna get? What is Ukraine gonna get? Like, I wouldn't consider Ukraine like a factor in a negotiated settlement at all. At least not the regime, because they're already boxed in. Like they can't negotiate anything. They have to capitulate. That's their only option they have left, because they themselves have boxed themselves out of any possibility of negotiation. And what territories Russia is going to get from Ukraine, I think that's pretty irrelevant for the Russians. They don't give a fuck what territories they gain or not. It's just a more baggage on their balance sheet. Like I think what they really are after, and it's pretty clear, like throughout how they've, like to me it's pretty clear throughout how they have pursued this war and this conflict, is what they want is a capitulation of NATO. They're forcing NATO to capitulate, and that's their strategic objective, to make them renounce Ukraine. That's a failure for NATO. That's a massive defeat, because their stance has been consistently that we're not going to refuse Ukraine. And so they're also boxed in, and when they realize that there's no way to get Ukraine into NATO, they're going to be screwed. Like their whole legitimacy is going to collapse. And about what negotiating power Trump has over Ukraine, it doesn't have anything to do with what Ukraine can cede to Russia. It like the major card that Trump can hold in a negotiation to settle the situation in Ukraine is basically to retreat the intermediate missiles from Europe. Like if he pulls the missile forces back from the NATO areas, that's the fundamental Russian demand, like way before the crisis in Ukraine, before even the Maidan in Ukraine. So if they agree on an intermediate missile forces agreement, and they pull back from the new NATO areas, and that's a massive win for Putin, and that's something that Trump definitely has in his power to concede, and that would be like a major win for Russia that would even allow them to like establish some concession on their part towards whatever is left of Ukraine. So yeah, just that, like thinking in a broader sense than just like the what piece of dirt each side's gonna get.
I think back to Trump's cabinet too, just real quick. I mean, I think all they can really do right now is talk to the Russian counterparts as much as they're allowed to, and try to mitigate any kind of escalation by basically telling them, hey, just wait till we get there, and then we can work something out. Maybe, the problem is you got to worry about what the Biden administration is going to try to do, or somebody else. But I mean, I kind of think with the cast that he's putting together in the cabinet, I mean, it's obviously not going to be good news for Ukraine, and it's obviously going to probably be beneficial to Russia. So it's probably just a matter of, them trying to keep things from getting out of control before he gets in there and can actually have some authority to make decisions and have people that can actually make legitimate calls. So I think right now there's probably just a lot of talk and try to keep things under control and, assure them that the policies that Biden's doing aren't their policies, and hopefully keep anything from getting out of hand before he gets in and this cabinet gets in and they can actually make real decisions.
So one thing that everyone loses sight of is, so negotiations are really, it's a deal, but both parties have to have something to offer. And if I was Putin, then I would approach this as, what can you offer the United States? Because Europe doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, I'm sorry, guys, Europe doesn't really get a say. And if I was Putin or Lavrov, I would approach the United States with, look, this is what we want. You're getting, essentially, Europe's going to have to rearm. They're going to buy 80% of that from the United States. Frankly, the U.S. wasted a lot of money, but they're going to win. The United States wins, Europe and Ukraine lose. And I do think that the United States isn't really threatened by Russia. Europe is. Look at Poland. Poland is rearming like no other country on earth. I mean, I know you can say Poland doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't, but they've probably purchased more military equipment than any other country, maybe other than China, Russia, and the United States. They have armed up to a massive degree.
Well, I mean,
That's
if you look at European readiness real quick, Poland is probably the only legitimate armed force on the continent right now, with the tanks and the aircraft and the soldiers, and the fact that they've amped up their readiness and their purchases. Germany's, seriously, they may not be much against a massive Russian attack, but Poland could probably take Germany right now.
And Russia doesn't want Poland.
Anyone can take Germany right now.
So Russia doesn't want Poland. I don't know if Russia, over the next 40 years, wants the Baltics back. They'd probably like to negotiate some border changes, because there are a lot of Russian speakers in Estonia and Latvia, not really in Lithuania, and they'd love to have a rail corridor to Kaliningrad. But the United States is going to win off military sales to Europe. That's just Europe. Europe can produce some of what they need, and they produce very good stuff, but nobody buys it. Germany has Leopard tanks, great. France has Rafales. Yeah, they've sold some.
Tank.
It doesn't. In the grand scheme of things, it's insignificant. They'll buy U.S. stuff. Trump comes out. It's appearances. Trump has to be able to walk out of this looking like he won something. And I think Putin and Lavrov are smart enough to try to offer him something they don't care about as sort of a carrot. Ukraine loses, that's predetermined. Europe's going to have to really look at, they have two choices. They either go further and further down the line of being a puppet to the United States, or they don't have a leader. Europe has no leader. They have the ability to rearm if they were united.
You guys in America, you guys are fighting over Trump. He won. He's the next Hitler, whatever is next. But for people who live outside the United States, that victory of Trump is a big deal for us. Trust me, it's a big deal, especially if you live in Europe. Because Trump is all about the United States. They're not going to travel all the way from other side of the Atlantic through here just to do the business for Europe. He cares about his country. This is why all these globalists in Europe are pissed off, because they know if Putin just say, oh, tomorrow, I think I like Berlin, I'm going to take it. What the fuck are Germans going to do? Nothing. Without United States, Europe is nothing.
Depends how you look at it. They're countries with nuclear capability, so they're not going to fuck each other.
Mr. Lambo, if Putin say yes, I like Antwerp, I'm gonna take Antwerp tomorrow. What the fuck are you gonna do? Fight?
You need to first pass Poland, then Germany, and then it's going to take a long time.
Poland is gonna open the door. Poland is gonna open the door. As long as the United States is not there, everyone is gonna say, okay, Antwerp, go there. Get it.
No. We are the.
You're not gonna fight. You're not gonna fight. Trust me, Mr. Lambo. No one in Europe. No one in Europe wants to fight because the casualty is going to be really high.
We're going
in Europe,
3% to 2% to be happy with Trump, and Trump is going to defend us and help us out.
No one in Europe is ready to lose men over a war.
But
anyway, everyone here in Western Europe, everyone in Western Europe is more worried about TikTok. They just want to dance on TikTok.
Boss, listen. I am for not even 1% concerned Russia is going to do something against Europe.
I know that they won't.
You know, we just see it. You see it in your country also. We're not even starting to recruiting more soldiers. We don't give a fuck. We know Russia has nothing going to do after.
Yeah, the only reason Europe is not doing that because of United States. They think United States is gonna fight for them, and Trump is not ready to do that. Trump is not ready for that. Trust me.
Well, Trump is there for 4 years, and there will be another administration after that. So we shouldn't think only in short term. And also, I think there is a good chance that Trump was involved in this decision, if it's true that the Americans will allow the Ukrainians to shoot into Russia with long-range weapons, that Trump was part of the decision-making, could very well be covertly at least, so that he has a better, let's say, negotiation position. He can, as part of a goodwill gesture, let's say, restrict this allowance again for the Ukrainians, or say, okay, as part of a deal, he will take that away from the Ukrainians again. So it's giving options to the Trump administrations afterwards, and he's not getting the blame officially, at least. So it's not a bad move if they did it like that, you know.
No, Biden and Kamala are still in power. Trump has nothing to say. So, Ninya.
I don't think that Biden and Kamala decide anything, you know.
Oh yeah,
even before it's the big state that does most of the thing.
I just wanted to comment on what Voz said, and I think he's right. I think that the globalists in Brussels and London as well, they're freaking out because the bill of goods that they were promised has turned out to be a dud, and now America is walking away from it. Didn't matter if Trump won or not. And they're getting handed with the baggage. So they're going to inherit this mess. And they don't know what to do. Because as Voz rightly said, there's nobody in Europe willing to fight Russia, particularly over Ukraine. This is not 1940 anymore. People aren't going to be manipulated that way. So they won't be able to raise an army. Nobody's going to support it, even if they could. And all the problems of a post-war, what do we do with this broken state in the middle of Europe? That's going to be their problem to fix. And they're coming to that realization now. So I said it at the very beginning when we were talking about this. I kind of suspect that, they laid this little Easter egg for Trump to see if it'll provoke Russia into some sort of thing that, they have to respond to. And I think that the globalists are going to try their damnedest to keep this thing going for as long as they possibly can. So that's what we're seeing right now, I think. I wouldn't overthink it any more than that.
Before this war, everyone thought that France is good, got a good army and stuff. Look at the way they run away from Africa. Look at the way they run away from Africa. They're losing every single territory in Africa without a single fight. Only because they know this country got some Russia in there. do you really think these countries in Europe? I'm not going to talk about Poland because I know how these people in Slavia they are. I'm talking about the West Europe. These people gonna run away straight away. They're not gonna do anything. This Poland maybe is gonna put a fight for a week or 2 weeks.
Nah,
After that,
Right.
after that,
Are you
it's
talking
done.
about yourself? Are you
It's
talking about yourself
it's
and Mr. Lambo?
I'd say nothing.
it's
Free
it's
Tulsi Gabbard. Free
exaggerating.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Do you really think Mr. Lambo is gonna join the army to fight Russia?
I'm
Be
going to
honest,
be a
Mr.
drone
Lambo.
operator, my
Not
dude.
him, but there is a poll in Germany that
Hey,
where
but
people have been
boss,
asked if they will defend their country, you know, and 18% of males in Germany said that they would. So it's quite a low percentage.
You
In
know,
Austria, it was 27% and something. But still, there are armies. They are quite low in manpower. There are armies, and France, in particular, is one of the better. In Europe, it's not as strong as it was, and it didn't run away because of fear or something. I think they just don't have the manpower anymore, and they can finance it.
they got
They
the
can finance it.
manpower, but they got the manpower. The thing is, they not ready to fight. They just think our presence is gonna make them look weak. But as soon they start
hey,
fighting
but
back,
Prata,
they're gonna
I mean,
leave.
keep in mind, manpower is directly tied to will. And I go back to nobody wants to fight. Like, if you had the will, you'd have
Yeah,
the
but
men. You don't have the men.
as I said, these guys from Eastern Europe,
hey, but
like yeah,
boss,
go on, Gabriel.
look, if you go to fight against Russia, you'll get citizenship,
For
and they'll
what?
tell Mr. Lambo that he can get a nice Ukrainian girlfriend if he goes fights Russia, and
They
then
lost
they're
their
all going to be
legs.
first in line.
Ukrainian
I
women
knew
lost
it.
their legs.
You should
I
have
knew
started
The
it.
with that.
Ukrainian girls are in
Lead with
Belgium,
that
right?
Oh,
point.
fuck. Do I need to
2
think what I
years
need
in,
to
you
do
should
in
have
my
said that 2
future?
years ago.
Fuck.
The Ukrainian
But
girls
You can
might
get
be in Western Europe now. Yes.
yeah, all the girls are in
if
Western
you
Europe.
kill.
What are
Yeah,
you
they're
talking about?
already here. I saw one Friday. I speak to a young girl. She's beautiful.
No, yeah, I know that
You
they're
see her from
already
the
there,
back
but
as he
if
was
you go
chasing
fight
her.
Russia, you can get 2 wives for the price of 1.
Yeah, but don't have too many women in your living room. That's not fun. Also, they sort of
Depends on what they're doing.
each other.
Depends on what they're doing.
It can be very, very, entertaining.
Ukraine is a big deal for Europe, because you know how hard it is to find people to fight for you.
They're not really a big deal, actually.
It is.
No, they've been
If
they
they usually they do
the United States.
Mr. Lambo, usually these people use Arabic for that. And
Who started the war? United States and Britain. Your fault, boss.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. These people, they are really grateful for that. They made a European country go to a war. Usually they use people from Africa or Arab countries for that.
Super chat. Half an hour ago, Voss is the only BBC we trust. Sorry,
Salute.
I missed the super chat entirely.
Yeah, that's not a good idea to always give compliments to Voss's big black cock.
And Russia doesn't need to offer anything to US. Lol.
Yeah. That's true.
No,
Which
yes,
one?
that,
The first one or the second one?
He's definitely got a point because Russia is winning, it has all the cards, so the U.S. has to, and even Trump even said that they're like in a bad position for negotiations, which is exactly that. You have no leverage. You have nothing you can offer to you have nothing to demand from Russia because they're just winning. But I insist that what Trump can do for Russia to negotiate is not in Ukraine. It's in Western Europe in general. It's what has been talking about all along, which is a new security architecture in Europe. And if he goes for that, then he has massive leverage. If Trump goes for that, he's got massive leverage, and Putin, even the Russians are going to be happy with that level of exchange.
I think Trump administration is gonna do the same shit they did in Afghanistan. You know.
No. But you need to understand one thing, Vozi. Trump is never going to let down Europe because all the American bases in Europe. Never going to happen. So they're always going to. What Trump is going to do, he's going to open his mouth and say, "No, you're going to pay the percentages we are agreeing to in the NATO accords," and that's it. And nobody's not going to discuss about it. Like Belgium is at 1.3% of the 2% they need to pay. Poland is at it's already 4%. They're actually paying the most in percentages for their own GDP. And then you have like United States is in second or third place. That thing, I mean, everybody that signs a contract, everybody in the world that signs a contract need to respect it. And all these countries, and I'm speaking about at least 7 or 8 countries from the NATO, are not paying their percentages. Biden didn't say nothing about it. Trump said it already in his first term. Dudes, you need to do something about it. And then came Biden. 4 years long, they say nothing. First thing Trump is going to do, pay, motherfuckers. Fucking pay. Now it's enough. We don't going to play that shit anymore. You pay your shit. That's it. That's one thing that is going to happen. But he never is going to let down Europe. Also because America's strategic point, America is too far away from all these Saudi countries and all that shit to put their stuff. So they need, traditionally, they need to have the European countries, like also United Kingdom, have very important air bases where they're landing their planes. They have very important bases like Ramstein in Germany, Spanglandem in Germany, for all their cargo transport from one place to another. They're never going to, only for that reason, going to let down Europe. Never. Mark my words.
You see, Mr. Lambo, you just talk like a scary globalist.
No, I'm talking realistically.
Yeah.
If you're playing a strategical game, you're playing like that.
Yeah,
you're not going to let down important points.
Yeah, because all you think about is like United States never gonna leave Europe.
No, they're never going to leave Europe. Never.
Trust me, one day they will.
No, too important. And they know that Europe is their biggest ass lickers. They know that. United States know that. If United States say that, you go to there, they're going to follow him.
You know, Trump appointed Mark Gates. I love that guy. You know why? Because he's all about America. He's against all this bullshit.
Exactly.
Go around the world for regime change and stuff. If the next president of the United States is a MAGA, Europe is done. These people are gonna leave. Trust me.
No, they're never going to happen.
No,
we are not even
United States, as long as United States does not collapse as a state like the Soviet Union did, they will keep their bases, especially in Europe.
Exactly.
Because it's not a one-side road that United States lets Europe down or not, because United States is controlling basically Europe, has massive influence, and it's in the interest of the United States to have it. So it's not just giving support to Europe; it's having the influence in Europe that it needs.
Yeah, but eventually the economics of it outweigh the geopolitical, strategic value, and I think that day is fast approaching, because, like, the U.S. is about to go bankrupt, and
Do you know that Germany, for instance, pays something to the United States for their troops in Germany?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, that's fine.
I know that.
Can I just say something real quick?
What I'm saying is the costs are
trading in beer.
What I'm saying is there's going to be bigger problems than Europe for them very quickly.
Yeah.
And they're going to be their domestic problems. They're not. People don't care about Europe anymore in the United States. It's like, whatever. They're going to have really big problems at home. And that's going to trump everything. And that's what I'm saying. Eventually, I think Vaz is right. You're going to see the like I said, the economics is going to trump the strategic value, and they're going to pull out a lot of support that's currently there will get pulled out because the economics.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Just look at the BRICS countries. You know that they're aligning themselves more and more with each other. And if you look at the biggest competitor to the United States now is China, and they have 1.5 billion of people as a base of their state, and the United States has some 350 million. That's too little. Even if they have
You're assuming
with Europe they have close to
quo,
a billion.
But you're assuming
with Europe they have close to a billion.
No, I wish we had.
Let me just finish my point, and then I'll bugger off. Like, you're assuming the status quo, and the reality is the world is de-dollarizing exponentially in the last 3 years, and it's only going to continue to do so. And that pressure is going to cause the whole house cards to come down. And strategic, ass grab over in Europe will not be the focus. That's all I'm saying. And if you think it is, I think you're delusional, because economics is going to trump everything in the next 10 years.
Yeah, but I think there is no contradiction. The dollarization is going on. It's not as fast as some people think, but
it's faster actually.
Especially in Europe, the trend is in the other direction. The trend in Europe, in Western Europe, faster. I understand. Some people think it's not going on. I understand that it's going on, but Western Europe is much more aligned with the United States than it has been. So this part of the world is aligning itself with the West ever more.
Okay,
they are building a block.
Hey, here's a couple tickets. It's on this ship called the Titanic. Would you like them? Oh, great. Sounds like a plan.
Super chat to Wyatt. How bad is the general situation for Ukraine? Oh, Ukraine is fucked. That's all. What you want me to say?
Actually, I would like to talk about this, but Upgrade, go on. You've been waiting too long.
For ages. Yeah.
Oh,
I put a finger in the air. I'm waiting. I need to speak. It's not Upgrade.
If Upgrade doesn't want to go, I'll go. I wanted to address Upgrade there. No, he's not. He's frozen.
He's there. He's moving.
No, I wanted to address the discussion between Nunya and Vojin, because what we see right now, what's happening to Europe is absolutely subservient to the US. And what's happening to Europe on that account? It's getting wrecked, right? It's losing everywhere, and the United States has been harvesting from Europe through selling gas and whatnot. Problem is that if Europe keeps down on this trajectory of downward spiraling, eventually it's not going to be profitable for the States. Not considering that Europe certainly realizes that it's not, it's being ripped off by the States. But I don't think the European leaders really care about that, because they're not suffering. They're doing just fine. All the European leaders, all these globalists and Eurocentrists, they're doing just fine. They're making good contracts. They're gaining good commissions. They don't give a damn, but they're eventually going to be removed. Under Biden, which was all into cooperation with Europe and strengthening his allies, they've completely screwed over Europe badly. And if Trump does anything of what he says of himself, he's gonna step back. And the thing is that America, well, according to Trump, America has bad trade relation with Europe. They have tariffs on American products and whatnot. But America's advantage is that they have NATO, and so they take all the contracts of military equipment. But the problem with that, which is one of the things that Trump is sort of hinting at, is that the industrial complex, the military industrial complex as a powerhouse for economic growth, is becoming a terrible idea. it's becoming disastrous because it's a completely calcified industry that is all coddle fondled to like making huge contracts of useless material, and it's super. And like the Pentagon is a disaster, its finances are a disaster, and all the projects of Boeing and Martin and Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and all of those, they're a massive black hole of resources and funds with very little to show for it. And so it's clearly becoming like, it must have been super good back in the day, but right now it's clearly not a good investment to keep on like using this military industrial complex as a motor of growth. Like, yeah, the Europeans pay for shit, but still all of those projects are heavily invested in by the government. So it's a massive spending spree. And in the end, whoever gains out of the results of those contracts are the companies, and the companies are corrupt and nepotistic and badly managed, and they're basically not giving good results, not in military advancement, not in technology, and not in equipping the U.S. armed forces. So they're basically just a huge drain of money. And if Trump keeps his word on any form of like draining swamps and improving the efficiency from the U.S. For the U.S. economy, he's gonna start like cutting down all those massive spendthrifts so that are the military industrial complex, and to promote like a competitive environment in which efficient and useful companies who innovate and bring stuff to the table can actually get all that buck that the U.S. is throwing away at those companies. So that's what I think what's going to happen to Europe. Like Europe is going to get screwed, first because it's being screwed now by Biden, but then because Trump is going to try to cut down on that massive grift that is NATO and the military-industrial complex. At least if he wants to do anything good for the U.S. economy. That's my point.
Well, I have seen operated up the finger up for some time. Gone. Then I will reply to Gabriel.
He's frozen. Nice, no?
You there, Upgrade?
I'm here. Yeah. I agree with you, Gabriel. Now it's not a very good time for Europe because most likely Trump will be hard with trade deals, and he will get better deals for the US for sure. Because it's like he said, like Germany has very good trade deals with the Americans, especially in car deals. So you see it also in the stock market in the European Union. Everybody's scared now that Americans, especially Trump, will rearrange all these shitty deals for the US, right, and make it more balanced or even more pro USA. And that's the whole point. That's why he got elected, right? America first. That's what you want to do. And that's what all the European leaders should also do, right? They should, first of all, look to their countries, and then afterwards look to the other. Like it's the same like in a family. If you are very short on money, you're not gonna go and give the money to the first stranger you see on the street. You're gonna check first your balance sheet. You're gonna first check your finances, and then if you have enough, then you can be more generous with other people. That's never been an issue with the European Union. It's just that citizens nowadays are very angry about how the European leaders put other people before themselves. And that's represented in all kinds of elections. You see Scholz is going to get kicked out, and he should be already kicked out, but he managed to keep himself in power until February or March. I don't remember exactly. Macron, he did what he always did, and afterwards he was gone, so there will be another power. And all the handshakers from Zelenskyy are gone, right? You saw Draghi in Italy, the British guys in UK, and it's not getting better. And now we just need to hope that we can finish this war and reconcentrate on business and make the world more healthy and more more prosperous again, instead of making wars everywhere. That's, I think it's going to be the next 4 years with Trump. Go on, Wojin.
Well, as a reply to Gabriel and also to some talk regarding the situation of Europe, it's the situation in Europe, the economical, let's say, crisis or dire straits is not just the consequence of the situation in the Ukraine or the conflict with Russia. There have been in dire straits for 15 years, for more or almost 20 years since the 2008 crisis. And it's not just the problem that the energy is a bit more, not a bit, but quite some more expensive. Gas prices, by the way, have gone down again, almost to the prices before the war. So energy overall is getting more expensive, but it's not in a catastrophic situation as some might perceive. So the economic situation was bad before, and the troubles have been there. The crisis in the Ukraine is maybe some add-on, to the troubles, and the benefit for the United States. I think there was no big benefit directly from trade. I think Europe or United States had a negative trade balance with Europe as well. I'm not sure about that, but I think so. So Europe is buying less from the United States than the United States is from Europe. This is one of the things that Trump was angry about. They consume the security that U.S. provides, but don't consume a lot of stuff from America. This might change now. They are buying energy from the United States, and maybe will buy other things as well. The situation for Europe is not as catastrophic as some might perceive. It's bad, but not catastrophic. They have a means to live, and they were rich before. They might be less rich in future, but it's not that they will fall down to third world countries. Other, except of course, there will be some things happening in addition to happening now. Some escalation of the war or some other economic crisis that is not the direct consequence of that war that is happening. But I think you are too pessimistic about the outlooks for Europe. It's not sunny and shiny, but it's not as bad as some perceive. So
Wojin, you said something.
Go ahead, Vaz.
Yeah, you said something like Europe was rich before, you're gonna be rich again. Maybe.
No, it's not gonna be as rich as before, but
yeah, but there's a chance to be.
You just said it. We're not going to be as rich as before. That's a reduction in your standard of living. Germany was in recession last year. They're going to be in recession this year. Their forecast right now is 0.4% growth next year, which is probably overly optimistic.
I agree.
EU,
it's in a high level,
Just one direction.
EU
it's still on a high level.
EU had three big countries, United Kingdom, Germany, and France. United Kingdom left.
But EU is not England anymore.
Yeah, France.
Hey, but
France is losing the free cash from Africa. And guess what? Germany was superpower. The economy was a superpower because of cheap gas from Russia. Do you really think
not alone
they're gonna get that cheap gas again?
No,
they maybe gonna do deal again, but it's gonna be as cheap as was before. I don't think so.
Let me throw some broader picture about because Voz is talking about fundamentals. Those are macro forces that impulse economies. You can't sustain your economy without a sustainable source of energy, and the Europeans were dependent on it and they lost it. So you're not going to see that stabilize. That's going to be a compounding problem. Plus, you have to realize, Vojin, that Germany terminated its nuclear program. So they used to have the massive input of nuclear energy, and that's gone before they lost the Russian energy. But my point is that, like, fundamentally, if a poor country has a tiny improvement in lifestyle, that's a massive difference, because it's an improvement. But if a rich country has a tiny loss in its own standing, that's a massive loss. It's catastrophic, because we're not like a population doesn't compare itself with third world. A developed population doesn't compare itself with the third world. It compares itself with itself, and like it's already adapted to a standard of living. So like it's not like, oh, I can't afford my car anymore, but it doesn't matter because I'm still better off than Africa. It doesn't work like that. I can't afford a car anymore. My lifestyle is shattered. My life is over. And so like that's something that people miss in the I'm not an economist, but that's something that's pretty clear to me, that like when you have a certain budget, that budget can be massive, and you have a splendid lifestyle. But if you lose a little bit of that budget, you already have a massive hole in your economy because your lifestyle's been hindered, and so that's what's happening to Europe, and there's no end in sight. Like everything is getting worse, and the leaders are compounding the problem. Every solution they propose to the problem are just making it worse. So I don't see why that is not like just a curve that's plateaued right now and it's starting to tip over, and eventually it's going to go down to a cliff. That can perfectly happen.
Gabriel, if you live in Europe, you would know that. What's EU without France and Germany?
Yeah.
May I add
Go on.
something?
Super chat. Fake news have no defense against DPA hyper information. And I also want to note that we need to drive towards closing soon, so that because I need to get out later. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Before we're closing. Yeah.
No, you can continue a bit more. But yeah,
it's not gonna be long, right? Really, and then we can do closing.
Yeah,
I think.
Finish your point, and then we'll shut her down.
Yeah. The lack of ambition to say that, oh, it's not so bad, we are not so bad, and it's okay if we lose a little bit of riches, like Nunia and Gabriel said. I disagree a little bit with you, Vojin. I understand that our standard of living are quite high compared to the rest of the world, but like Gabriel said, we don't a professional winner is not comparing himself to somebody who is third or fourth place, right? He's comparing himself to the top tier, and I think we really going to bad times in Europe. And you live in Europe, right, Vojin? I live also in Europe, and you can feel the energy, the people. I talk to quite a lot of people from all kinds of social backgrounds, and they say Europe is in really big. They think about their future, about their kids' future, and so on, and it's not looking very bright for Europe. And also, what I wanted to add on is what Ursula von der Leyen said. I don't know if somebody mentioned it before, that the energy, that the gas from America will be cheaper than gas from Russia. What are you talking about? You don't know shit. Why is this person representing such big power in Europe? She don't know shit what she's talking about, and she's spewing this thing without no pushback from the media. Nothing. There's nothing coming from the media, so it's ridiculous. We are ruled by incompetent losers, and they keep getting us more and more in shit, and everybody's just nodding around and just won't do anything, So I'm really. I'm in Switzerland, it's okay for us, but we also depend on what's going on in Europe. So it's not that rosy like you think it is, Vojin. I think it's a little bit more complex than that.
Yeah.
One point real quick on
Upgrade.
No, one point on Bonderline.
Hold on, Nunia, hold on. That was 4 days ago. And yesterday, she said she's pissed off with Russia because they don't want to give free gas to Austria.
Yeah.
She was happy 4 days ago. She was happy that they're cutting off the guy from Russia and buying ship from United States. And yesterday,
time. Let me comment on that and
she
do my
came up
closing.
with that bullshit.
One point quickly on Ursula. She knew she was lying. If you go back and you watch that video, she kind of hesitates right after she says it, and you could. It's a sure tell sign. She knew she was telling a lie. Go back and watch.
It's in her name, Ursula lying, von der lying.
Sure.
Even if it was not in her name, she's a politician. What do you expect?
Yeah.
No one
always lying.
Regarding seeing the future in Europe too rosy, I think I don't see it too rosy. I don't see it, in fact, quite bright, as I said. But people tend to think to expect things happening much faster than they actually do. So things take very long times to really change, except there is some radical revolution or something which can accelerate things. And some downturn might happen, which might be even serious, but it will take time. And there will be opportunities to change courses in this time frame as well. So, but I will kind of close with agreeing with you. There is this saying that poor people are not the people who do revolutions, who are dangerous for government because they're used to being poor. So if they have more troubles, they're happy to be alive and to have some food. Those who do revolutions are disappointed middle class that breaks away from their status, that falls in the status. These are the really dangerous ones which do revolutions. This is some lessons learned from history. So that's my closing. I'm not claiming that, as I said, that Europe will have a very bright future, but I don't see it collapsing. So thanks, guys. See ya next time again.
As long Germany and France stay in, EU is safe. But for how long?
That's assuming Germany will still be intact. Germany looks like it's going to fracture. Super chat. They are not incompetent. They are US puppet.
Another good point. Another good point.
You're asking because of US, but that's not a bad thing also.
Yeah, but let me say something about that super chat. I wanted to address it pretty quick. The thing about the US puppets is that since it's the Titanic right now and it's been sinking for a while, it's dragging down its allies, so you can see that in Milei, you can see that in Zelenskyy, that there's a pattern there. The puppets in van der Leyen, in Macron, and so on, and Keir Starmer. The thing is that the puppets from the US are falling in quality, because it takes ever more stupid puppets to actually be convinced by whatever they have to offer, because they don't offer anything. So it just takes a really hardcore, ideologized, or really stupid person to actually follow through with being a puppet for a sinking ship. So yeah, that's what I. So it's not a contradiction. To be a US puppet is to be incompetent nowadays. Maybe it wasn't like.
This war started 2.5 years ago. Since the United Kingdom had 4 prime ministers.
Yeah.
And I don't fucking know which one is what. And I live here.
They've been worse.
So anyway, otherwise we can do 6-hour mark if you want to. But
the problem is this is the reason why doing Sunday is a problem, because Monday is a work day. So anyway, because I need to go to my new place. For those that know, I did buy an apartment and I got the key December last year, and until now I still have not moved in. so he's still under reno.
YouTube is paying.
Yeah. So later I need to be at my new place because my
Yeah, it's closing time, so let's close and quit making comments like Wyatt asked.
so that I can also have time to record a Ukraine war video before I get out of my house. So let's do closing. Mr. Lambo, with the
Yes, if you want to. So Ukraine is Ukraine. Continue to be Ukraine. There's a good open mic about Ukraine, so I don't need to add something. Add it. It was something different than the other times. More about other stuff talking than the lines, but the lines are very bad. So Russia advancing. So yeah, Europe. Yeah, Europe. The biggest problem of Europe is Ukraine because it hurts them financially very hard. Not for every country, like Belgium. We are paying with interest from the banks that Russia has here, so using their interest to finance Ukraine. So Belgium is actually pretty well surviving the inflation. The little country we are actually always been strong. Germany is, the car industry is actually starting to get destroyed because electrical cars hurt them very bad. So it's actually a big part, I think, for Europe or the green ones, the green politicians, the green people. Germany, actually, if they want to, they don't need nuclear power plants. They have a lot of coal mines, brown coal mines, and they can also make gas. They can take gas of it also. But so they can actually make very, 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 very cheap energy. And I think it's going to be a point in a few years that Germany is going to say, fuck off green. We need to survive. So we need to go to plan B and go dirty again. Stopping like electric cars, they are destroying the car industry very hard. Volkswagen need to close a few factories. We just lost our only left car factory of Audi. I was building the Q8 electric version, close in Brussels. So the Germans are struggling with electric cars. They are too expensive. They are just too expensive, and they need to. A lot of brands are going back to normal diesel engines or gasoline engines, stopping more with electric cars. Fiat already said that they're going to stop the produce the 500e because it's worthless and a value. So they're going to fix things economically also. So that is things that are going to happen for Europe. I am not so concerning. There are plan Bs, but the problem is the green people are blocking everything for the moment. And at a certain point, it's going to stop. After Ukraine war stop, is going to be better for the economic for Europe also, because we don't need to throw money away and invest it in something else. For United States, Trump is busy doing his team. I know some people he chose about, but I think he made every Democratic people very afraid because they're going to feel it, and they're going to be changes. And also for the Washington, the Doge going to empty a lot of people going to find new work. And then you see all these lefties, these left news channels and politicians starting attacking people like Tulsi Gabbard. That's why I'm using her picture, because she already been accused when she was candidate presidency for the Democrats by Hillary Clinton to be working with the Russians and all that bullshit, and now they bring that back. So the Democrats are fucking playing dirty because nothing was true about that. And she's a very smart woman. She's not only pretty, but she has a brain. She's also a veteran and all that shit. So she's going to do changes. Just to give you one example about the things that are going to happen for the politicians in the United States. So I'm seeing it very good for the United States, actually. So I'm very curious from 20 January all the change is going to be. So we will see for that. So guys, nice to talk to you.
How many times?
I'm doing my closing.
How many times you touch yourself thinking about her?
No, I'm not like that. I'm not a pervert like you. Guys, it was a good open mic. Ninja, you're next. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you, Lambo. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it was a good open mic. Had a lot of fun. And I know if Vojin, where he is, he's not seeing how much we're in decline where he is. I think that's good for him. All I can say is I see it everywhere where I am. everywhere. And, just the number of homeless people has exploded. And there's a difference now, right? You always had your drug addicts, you always had your people with mental health issues. Now you're just seeing people who can't afford to live anywhere. Like, you're seeing families living in tents, and it's outside the downtown cores now. And it's in places that you wouldn't expect it, little towns like Chatham, Ontario, where there's huge tent cities which have ballooned up in the last year, or places like Oshawa or Pickering, or you name it. Like, this is a bigger problem that I see where I am. And my biggest concern is, when empire collapses, they say that it goes really slowly, right? And then it goes very rapidly all at once. My biggest concern is we haven't seen the rapidly all at once part. And maybe I am too pessimistic, and maybe if, we come out of this better off and all have, over planned, so be it. But I think that there's still a lot of people in the West, and they just don't realize what's about to hit us. And you look at the economics of all this stuff, it just doesn't work to our favor. And we tried to prevent it with this Ukraine debacle and this China containment debacle, and we've lost the Ukraine one. The China one won't work. The world has turned against us effectively. Now we've made our bed, we got to lie in it. And I'm not really sure what that looks like the next 10 years, but I know that it's not going to look good. And that's what I worry about a lot. Maybe more than I should. Like, maybe I should be more optimistic. I don't know, but I'm not really feeling it. But anyway, other than that, everything's great. Over to you, Gabe. Cheers, everyone.
Okay, wait. Super chat. Do not forget, Russia ran out of missiles already.
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
yes, in 2022.
And
Yeah.
Gabriel.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Thank you, guys. It's been lovely to hear your conversations. I was around. I was hanging around most of the time, but I didn't have very good connectivity, so I didn't jump in until later. But would have wanted to earlier. And it's been a great discussion. I agree with what Nunez is saying. I can also see that over here. Well, it's not such a big deal over here because it's kind of been the norm, so to speak. But you do see, I do move around in South America, and you do see an increase in poverty and homelessness. It's like there's people piling up in the streets to find a place to sleep at night. Pretty awful, and it's really interesting to see that it's going on over there as well. And yeah, things collapse slowly, and then they collapse suddenly. There's a breaking point. There's always a straw that breaks the camel's back eventually, and it's not slow anymore. And yeah, one thing that I wanted to point out about that is that the model, the economic model, the way the incentives work towards economic growth and profit and all that, it's so fundamentally flawed that like Vodny said, there's a shit ton of money. They're all rich countries. They have a lot of money. And the problem isn't how much money they have. The problem is, what do they do with that money? And it's something that's happening across the board, like in sciences and in infrastructure and in the military and all sort of industrial areas and financial areas. You see that there's a shit ton of money constantly being dumped to the dumbest ass bullshit you can even imagine. Like, I was seeing lists of investment in scientific studies, and there was such a retarded shit going on that you wouldn't believe it. Like the sexual habits of I don't know what animal, the political positions of male prostitutes in Thai, the ridiculous stuff. And there's an actual crisis in science because they're funneling all the funds and all the finance for investigation to the dumbest stuff. It's all rackets, and that's kind of like what the problem is, that the incentives are for like funneling money into some form of embezzlement, of legal embezzlement, some excuse to just pocket that shit and take it home. And so right now, as we see Europe collapsing, all the makers of that collapse, they're enriching themselves. They're doing it. That's why you don't see a shift in the policies, and all the political candidates in Europe, even when they try to pose as an opposition and an alternative, they still go on with the same thing, because they're doing fine for themselves. They're not being harmed by the economic collapse of the Western world. They're profiting from it. They're scavenging from the corpse of what was once the great economic empire of the world. And so it's going to be really hard to reverse that trend, because the incentives are still there. Like, if you want to embezzle money and screw the population, you're going to get a position. And if you don't want to do that, everyone's going to hate you and is going to fight against you. So until that changes, the decline is going to continue to accelerate. And the same thing as what is happening in Ukraine. It's accelerating. Like, if you like, one cope that they were throwing at for a long time was like, oh, at this rate they're going to reach Kiev in like 500 years. But it's accelerating. And so, yeah, the exponential growth curve is fucking scary. So keep an eye on that. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And see you in the next one. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Gabriel. Voz, you're muted.
Praise Allah.
Because you did that to me, you know that.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, because you're playing audio on your phone while people is talking.
Everything's always something with a little voice.
Yeah, it's nice to be back on open mic. It's been a while, and I really hope Trump finish this war in Ukraine. And please, Donald Trump, please, I'm begging you, these people you appointed, please tell them not to start another one in the Middle East. Please. We are tired. If you live in Europe, you know that's going to be a nightmare. A war in the Middle East is going to be a nightmare for Europe. It's going to be a lot of refugees, especially for Germany, France. This country is not going to be safe. They're not safe at all right now. It's going to be 10 times worse. So I just hope there's no another war after this one. And yeah, please. You know the people Donald Trump appointed. I don't care about most of them. I'm just worried about one. The Secretary of State. That guy is a fucking bad news. That is a proper newcom. And I don't know if he has any experience, but every time I see him on TV, doesn't say anything good. I just hope it's gonna change. One thing I know for sure, Donald Trump nominated him because he trusts him. So I like Trump, and I'm gonna hope that's gonna control this guy. So that's all I wanna say. And don't forget to like and subscribe, and more super chat on the next one. That's it for me.
Thank you, boss. Next is Boba. First time on open mic today.
This is my first time. I enjoyed it. I know I've been in and out. I've been working on. It's hard to devote 5 hours to something, and to be honest, I would say I got 2 points. One is sometimes You got to tune out of some of the stuff. Like if you're not in Ukraine and it's not affecting your daily life, sometimes you have to accept it's not you have to separate yourself. And the second thing is the truth is normally somewhere in the middle. So what, like Wyatt, okay, I trust him, but how much do I trust him? Like, so his maps are great, but they're not right. No offense, but they are inaccurate, I'm sure. You know, we hear things from Russia, we hear things from Ukraine. The truth is somewhere in the middle. It's my opinion, it's 70% towards the Russian side. It's the same thing with Trump. Okay, Trump doesn't walk on water and he's not the Antichrist. I like him and I hope he'll make big changes, but there's a sort of famous thing from World War II without going, getting demonetized. There's, supposedly there was this young Jewish girl that she always excused everything Hitler did. She really looked up to him, believe it or not. And she's like, he's just saying that for the media. He's just saying that for the media. If only Hitler knew. If only Hitler knew. Like we excuse the people we like. So like, if you loved George W. Bush at the time, and I think a lot of people did, but the whole time you're like, but he doesn't really mean this. He's getting duped. He doesn't know what's really going on. If they keep acting in a certain way, that is who they are. I do appreciate you guys having me, and y'all have a great night.
Thank you, Baba. Which also I does always say, my maps are not reality. It's just an indication of what might be actually the situation on the ground, because it's purely based on the sources. Next is Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I just want to say, good to see the new faces and the old faces. Good to see Vaz back in the saddle, even if he looks like a Angolan warlord. I like the look. I like it. Now you just need a gold-plated AK, my man. You good to go. But with Trump, I don't really think anything can happen with him until he's actually in office. I think the most he can really do and the cabinet can do is talk to their counterparts to whatever degree they can, and maybe try to just give them assurances. Hey, don't do anything too crazy. Maybe we can work. We'll talk when we get in there. Tell them not anything crazy like don't take the bait. But I think they'll try to mitigate everything and keep everything kind of stagnant until they get in. I don't think you'll hear them ask for ceasefires or anything like that, because right now the Russians pretty much have a free hand until January 20th to operate how they want on the ground. Obviously, they're going to speed up. Obviously the southern section of the front, Donetsk and and Pokrovsk and all that are all vulnerable and, continually collapsing every day. Then you got the incident up in Kupiansk. So, I'd watch those areas. And I mean, the other thing is too, the Russians are getting to the point where they can do recons in force anywhere they want on the battlefield at any time and establish, something into an attack or take territory or just see what's there. And I would expect that to continue, moving forward in the south. Maybe try to get something, also Chavish Yar might have some issues going on there. So maybe there's going to be more action around there. But yeah, I don't really expect a lot from Trump until he's actually in office. I think they can kind of maybe hold the political game where it's at, but on the ground, I figure Russia's going to keep pushing. And then I don't really want to speculate any more than we already have on the negotiations that may or may not happen when he gets in office. But, like, subscribe, and share. If you're in a hurry and busy, check out the Frontline reports. If you got a little more time, watch the sit rep or the conclusions. I appreciate Wyatt providing this platform. Like I said, it's good to see everybody. Y'all have a good week. Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Vaughn. And Upgrade.
Yeah, like usual, was nice. Nice talk and earlier, so I just caught the last part. Yeah, just real quick, like for me, it doesn't matter, right? I live in Switzerland. I have a very privileged life. I'm doing great. For me, it doesn't matter who is in power, what's going on in the world until it's not a third world war. I'm doing great. I'm doing even better than last year and 2 years ago. As keep going on better, for me. So I hope everybody is the same and doing great. And about Germany is catastrophic what's happened to one of the most powerful countries in Europe, the cars industry, like Mr. Lambo said. Volkswagen closing factories, they never did that. I'm just a little bit not scared, but pessimistic about Europe's future because they missed out on the AI revolution. They're deindustrializing themselves, cloud, big tech. I was in China before I came back to Europe like a couple of years ago, and I saw the difference. It was very, very big, and when COVID came, then we had to adapt and make stuff going on more with big tech and stuff like that, with cloud. Yeah, and about Trump, he was already 4 years in power. Who is calling him or comparing him to some psychopath maniac who killed millions of Jews? I don't know what to say anymore. Like, there is no point to discuss this topic anymore. He's president now. He will be 4 years in power, and then he will go like any other president. Yeah, that's about it. Have a nice week. Like said, subscribe to White's channel. He's doing a great job. He's working very hard. And yeah, keep it. Oh, I have one more thing about what somebody said. I think it was Jesus. Federal spending of 2023 in the USA. Some ridiculous spending. Just real quick, 100,000 on US dollar to see if sunfish is more aggressive when given gin or tequila. What the fuck? Or 1.5 million to study the mating call of the country frog to see if they're different than the city frogs. What is this? What are they spending on their money? The Americans, they're just crazy. But that's another topic. Have a nice one, guys.
Thank you, Agwe. Thank you, everyone. So it's my turn to do closing. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
See you next week.
See you. Have a great week. And so thank you, everyone, for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 103, where Austria, FAFO, and then Ukraine is an independent country. And then we have the breaking news of United States giving permission for Ukraine to strike Russia, within Russia with long-range missiles. And some talk about something to add on to what Nunya has said about the homeless situation. So it's because of the crazy immigration policy under Justin Trudeau, and he's now trying to roll back. He has announced reduction of immigration, and then trying to boost construction. So because there's too much people coming into the country and they can't build enough houses in time, so the pricing just went through the roof, and the prices just become stupid. So, and yeah, but so far analysts are saying that it's not going to be enough. Anyway, yeah, I'll see whether I can cover it in a separate video. So thank you everyone for watching. Sorry that I cannot let this go on for much longer because Sunday is a problem, and because nowadays I'm a bit busy with my new place, which is why the video production is much lower as well, because I keep having to get out of my computer. I have to go out into the real life. Need to settle all the renovation stuff, and then on top of that, some other non-DPA work stuff, and of course family. So, but it's the reno thing that is vexing me a lot. But it's coming to the end. It's a final straight. I think maybe 2 more weeks, and then maybe within a month time, you'll probably see a different background. It will no longer be this bedroom here. So hopefully, yeah, it will be definitely a new beginning for next year. So, and yeah, year end is December is coming, which means that it's election time again. I mean polling time again for DPA polls. I will think about it. I will definitely ask you guys to come up with ideas, on what kind of polls we should have, especially also for DPA Open Mic. The kind of votes, not just for the person of the year, for the speaker of the year for the open mic, but also some other crazy fun votes that we can have. But tentatively, I'm a bit busy. Let me finish my home reno, quickly move house, and then see what we can do. I will probably see if I can give a tour of my new place, but only for Patreons. So, yeah, okay. Thank you for watching, and then I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye, guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech zone. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA open mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, like lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, like lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world comes